era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en les. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 426 This is confidence. When Hong Yuan's large force arrived in front of Fifan's gate, Xi Yonfei was stunned when he saw that Fifan had only 6 players defending. Is there a conspiracy? This was Xi Yonfei's first reaction, and then he immediately stopped the team's pace and sent people to the rear to investigate, so as not to be attacked from behind during the attack. However, even if they were attacked from the front and back, it would only be effective when they were not prepared. From the terrain point of view, there were tents on both sides, and the attack could only be made from the rear. There was a long passage in the rear, and it was very difficult to launch a sneak attack. It's probably because we are not familiar with the terrain. Xi Yonfei made a judgment, and he didn't want to waste time. He immediately waved his arms and ordered the whole team to launch an attack. Just be careful about the situation behind him. 10 against 6, of course, the advantage is great, but Xi Yonfei didn't expect that in such a frontal defensa. Fifan had only 6 people, but the defensa was extremely strict. Fulei kept filling in positions, and with the assistance of Qingquan and Chenlin on both sides, only 3 people blocked the opponent's entire route of advance. Behind them, Su Jin, Zheng Qi, and Niaolua's skill support was also in place. Although they had the advantage in numbers, Hong Yuan still failed to open their defense line under such circumstances. Under the command of Xi Yonfei, they attacked in turns, but they could never open up the situation. After a reckless advance, a Hong Yuan player was directly killed by Fifan's concentrated fire. Although the loss of one person at this time had no effect on their overall situation, it was really embarrassing. Be patient in attacking. Xi Yonfei shouted angrily. Half of his mind was behind him to avoid being attacked by the opponent. As a result, one of his attacking teammates died accidentally, which also made him feel very annoyed. However, only one person died, which did not affect their advantage much. At that moment, he began to command his teammates to attack the opponent's defense line more patiently. Even if he replaced one for another, it seemed worthwhile. The opponent had only 6 people, and it was not so fast to replenish them. Under the command of Xi Yonfei, a Hong Yuan player soon entangled Qingquan, and then the other Hong Yuan players focused their fire on him, and Qingquan had no choice but to die. However, he quickly counterattacked under such circumstances. Fulei and others also focused their fire and took away a Hong Yuan player. 8 against 5, the advantage is huge. Xi Yonfei thought to himself, and then he quickly realized that something was wrong. Why hasn't the person who died before come to replace him? The coach's voice came over. They are surrounding the point to attack the reinforcements. You guys be careful, they have just killed one of our players. Xi Yonfei was stunned. He had calculated the time. When his teammates came up to support, it would be 9 against 5, close to a ratio of 2 to 1. It would not be difficult to break through the opponent's defense line in an instant. Now if the support could not come up, sure enough, when he was directing the team to attack, another Fifan player came up from the sidelines and quickly joined the defense line. 6 against 8, this was not a disadvantage. Xi Yonfei could not join the offensive under such circumstances. After all, he had to protect the ball and control the ball, and he had to have someone to protect him. Let the two of them move towards this side together, and don't reveal flaws easily. Xi Yonfei commanded in the team channel. If Fifan used this method to defend, it would be a bit troublesome. It would be difficult to break through their defense line. But do I need to worry? It seems that there is no need. After all, Fifan is behind now. No matter how tenacious their defense is, they can only keep the ball from being lost. As long as I control the ball, there will be no problem. Wait, control the ball. Thinking of this, Xi Yonfei was stunned. Coach, how long has the first half been? Xi Yonfei asked in the team channel. The coach was stunned for a moment, and then quickly replied, 23 minutes. This has already stopped us from approaching 10 minutes. Do they want to drag the disadvantage of being 1 goal behind until the end of the first half? Xi Yonfei asked. It's possible. After all, they kicked off in the second half, so at least they can reduce the loss of losing the ball this time. The coach nodded and replied. In that case, they can only get a draw at best, and that's if they don't make mistakes next time. A draw doesn't mean anything to them, right? Xi Yonfei thought for a while and said. It doesn't mean anything to us either. We still have to try to win. Be patient and entangle with them to see how long they can last. Pay attention to the time pressure, consume their energy, and choose a suitable time to launch an attack. The coach said. Xi Yongfei nodded. This is exactly what he wanted to do. If Fifan wants to delay time, let them delay. In the first half, if they can score another goal, then Hong Yuan's advantage will be huge. Did you hear that? Don't worry, attack steadily, we have the ball, we have the advantage, understand? Xi Yongfei said in the team channel. Hong Yuan's players nodded one after another. They all saw the conversation between Xi Yongfei and the coach. Basically, no one could come up with any opinions on the countermeasures discussed by the two. At this time, the Hong Yuan fans in the stands were a little worried. Because they could see from the gods' perspective that Fifan's team was now divided into two groups, 6 people defending in front of the goal, and the other 4 people running around, exploring the details of the entire map. Through their movement and exploration, the entire map, in Zhu Shan's mind, should have a fairly complete scene. Fifan is stalling for time, but Hong Yuan is also stalling for time. Will this just fall into Fifan's strategy? Fifan's fans are also worried. Now that the team is behind, they are still not in a hurry. Do they have to continue to give up this away game? Do they really risk not being able to win to the top 9 for a balanced score of 23 wins and 23 losses? Fans of both teams are very worried. Of course, the fans of Fifan are more worried. After all, Fifan has to win to ensure that he will be in the top 9. If he loses or draws, it's hard to say. The results of other games are still unknown. However, Fifan's competitors are actually facing teams outside the top 10. In addition to those relegation teams that may cause trouble, both Aoxao Hezan and Haitian Shengjie are very likely to defeat their opponents. In this way, if Fifan loses this game, he will directly slide to at least 10th place, maybe 11th. A draw will also slide to 10th place. Only by winning this game can he ensure that he is part of the top 9. In this case, what are Fifan thinking about when he is behind and still delaying time? Such thoughts make Fifan's fans seem a little anxious. Some of Fifan's players are also a little anxious, but Zheng Qi and others are fine now, so there will be no problems overall. Su Jing and the others were blocking the opponent's offensive route, and the Fifan players on the bench were ready to fill in at any time. After all, in such a confrontation, it was normal for teammates to die. As soon as the 10 seconds were up, they had to fill in to assist in defense and could not relax. While Su Jing and the others were struggling, Zheng Qi and the others were still wandering around, observing the details of the entire map. This was Zhu Shan's request. He had strong tactical and on-the-spot command abilities, but these things could only be fully utilized if he was extremely familiar with the map environment. Fifan had reached a consensus on this point. The passiveness in the first half was due to the map, so now it was necessary to make up for this passiveness. Hong Yuan was not clear about this, whether it was the players or the coaches. They could only see what they observed on the field, so although Fifan's defense line had always been short of people, because Zheng Qi and the others came to attack from time to time, Hong Yuan felt that Fifan was holding back something bad. This is not impossible. After all, in the game, if the opponent has abnormalities, then you need to pay attention. No matter how good Xi Yongfei's brain is, he can't think of Fifan just to explore the details of the entire map. He has never seen such a last-minute cram, and even if the exploration is clear, can it be useful? Remember, write down all the data. One more map in the database means one more reference object. Fengking said to his colleagues on a stand. Colleagues nodded one after another. Being able to directly participate in a professional club to explore the various randomness of the map is also a good way to accumulate data. After so many years of analysis, the Academy of Sciences began to know that it is unlikely to understand all the details of the football era in a short period of time. This is an extremely huge world, just like the operation of the entire Earth. Even if humans have lived on the Earth for so many years and collected so much data, can they really understand how the Earth operates? Only by doing basic data collection in a down-to-earth manner can we understand the essence of this game little by little. What they are doing now is the same thing. The database of a club also has to be gradually built up in this way. Compared with those top clubs, Fifan's storage capacity on those complex maps is not bad, because there are databases brought by Fengking and others, but on ordinary maps, the reserves are somewhat insufficient. Before the game, Fengking told Zheng Qi that if there is a chance, try to run more detailed corners of the map to make the database more substantial. Obviously, although the situation is not good now, Zheng Qi still remembers this task. This is a very confident approach, and his confident approach also brings more confidence to the Fifan players. What if we give you the first half? As long as we are familiar with this map, then in the second half, it will be enough to deal with you. Fifen players all thought so confidently. Chapter 427. Strong Charge. Hong Yuan was not too clear about what Fifen wanted to do. However, their game instincts did not diminish. After a period of stalemate, they keenly discovered that Fifen's defense was not particularly good, and the disappeared guys were not lying in ambush near them ready to attack them at any time. In other words, the disappeared guys could not quickly appear beside them and cause them enough trouble. In this way, it would be easier to deal with. Under the command of Zheng Qi, after struggling with Fifen's defense for more than 20 minutes, Hong Yuan finally seized an opportunity and played a very wonderful cooperation. After paying the price of 2 teammates' death, they broke through Fifen's defense. Zheng Qi personally rushed into Fifen's defensive formation, and then killed Su Jing and Zheng Qi at close range with his personal ability. At this time, Zheng Qi and others surrounded them from behind, but it was too late. After leaving enough people to cover the rear, Zheng Qi led the team forward and easily broke through Fifen's gate before Fifen's substitutes could return to the field to help defend. 2-0, Hong Yuan led by 2 goals. Hong Yuan had a very good timing for this attack. After they scored, Fifen only had a few minutes left in the first half. This time was certainly not enough for Fifen to launch a complete attack, and they were also slow in their counter-attack. They divided their troops into several groups and swept across the entire map. By the time they arrived in front of Hong Yuan's goal, the first half had already passed. The first half is over. Fifen played a bit chaotically, but that's normal. They have always played so badly on the road since the beginning of this season. They don't know what to do on maps they are not used to, and this is their biggest flaw. I don't think they have a chance to turn the tables in the second half. Let's see the results of other games. Liu Quang and Aoxao were already leading by a large margin. They have consolidated their 6th and 7th positions, while Hezan has taken the lead, and Shengjie has also taken the lead. Now Hezan is 2 points ahead of Fifen, and Shengjie has tied Fifen's points. But Haitian is not able to take the lead now. They have fallen behind. If this score remains until the end of the game, Fifen will slip to 10th place, because they have the same points as Shengjie, but 5 fewer goals than Shengjie. To enter the top 9, Fifen must at least get a draw. A draw may not be enough, because although Haitian is behind, if they can turn the tables in the second half, their points will reach 70 points, and their goal difference is higher than Fifen. If Fifen wants to enter the top 9, they must win. Otherwise, they have to hope that all teams like Haitian Shengjie cannot win. The probability of this is a bit low. Now Hezan will definitely be ahead of them. On the field, the players of both sides did not know the scores of other fields. After all, after entering the field, the entire field will be closed, otherwise it would be too easy to get information from the outside world. We don't care what the situation outside is, anyway, we just want to win this game. Zheng Qi said in the locker room. How can we win? We were at a disadvantage in the first half and were beaten badly by them. Zheng Qi was a little discouraged. In the face-to-face confrontation, we did not lose. Don't forget that the 6 of us alone held them for more than 20 minutes, which is enough to prove our overall advantage. Zheng Qi said. Yes, this is our advantage. I have already seen the terrain. In the second half, we will not suffer such a loss again. Maybe the outside world has no confidence in us now and thinks we are doomed to lose. For Hong Yuan, their advantage is also very big. At this time, they should be very confident. Now is the time for us to completely defeat their confidence. Zhu Shan waved his fist and said. Such confident words immediately surprised everyone. Boss, we are now 2 goals behind. Is it really good to be so confident? Confidence is not a problem, but the key is, in this situation, can we still defeat the opponent's confidence? There is nothing special about the map. The side that controls the ball can have an advantage. If we had not divided our forces at the time, there would not be any problem. We should attack them head-on and kill them to get back a point. The next thing to do is to concentrate our forces to block their advance. Overall, we have an absolute advantage. Do you understand? Although we lost 2 goals in the first half, we should be very clear about this. The extraordinary players knocked at one after another. In the face-to-face competition, they could indeed feel that except for some players, the other players of Hong Yuan could rely on their attribute advantages to crush them in that confrontation. However, the game has never been won by crushing by personal ability. Hong Yuan now has a 2-goal advantage. They can completely maintain the advantage of these 2 goals through overall offensive and defense. That depends on the specific tactical arrangement. Zhu Shan smiled slightly. We will kick off in the second half, so we will use the overall attack to let them know how powerful we are. As long as they dare to split up, we will dare to attack them directly. Hearing Zhu Shan say this, the Fifan players all nodded. This is true. In the first half, they suffered losses because they were unfamiliar with the terrain and blindly split up their troops. They must not make such mistakes again in the second half. Explore their route. After the start of the second half, Xi Yongfei arranged the tactics. In his opinion, Fifan should not be stupid enough to split up the troops again, but if they really split up the troops, he would not mind concentrating on annihilating one group of troops. In the first half, Hong Yuan had quite good luck. The Hong Yuan players who were very familiar with the terrain immediately reported the news. Fifan did not split up the troops, and collectively advanced in the middle. There were 10 people, and the football was in the middle of them. After suffering a loss, they really learned their lesson, prepared to defend and wear down their spirit first. Xi Yongfei smiled, and then began to arrange his teammates to defend. This map has several roads in the center of the venue, but there is only one entrance after reaching the gate. It was because of this that Fifan was able to block Hong Yuan's fierce attack with only 6 people. Although this was also related to Hong Yuan's time limit, it also proved that it was not a very difficult thing to defend. It was also because there was a necessary way to defend. When Hong Yuan was leading by 2 goals, the commentators were so pessimistic that Fifan could win the game. In such a terrain, it is not easy to defend, but at least it is not particularly difficult. The advantage of 2 goals is enough for Hong Yuan to easily maintain the victory until the end. Xi Yongfei is also very sure about this. He is experienced and has several years of experience in the Super League. He naturally knows clearly that on such a map, unless the opponent's overall strength is overwhelming, otherwise, if you want to defend, you can basically maintain the leading advantage until the end. During the Super League, this map was not used much, but it was one of the trump cards of Tianlong, where Xi Yongfei was at the time. On this map, even teams stronger than them, such as Nanglo, suffered a great loss. After losing the ball at the beginning due to the terrain, Tianlong was able to rely on this feature to maintain the leading advantage until the end. Nanglo couldn't break through the defense under such circumstances, so could Fifan do it? No matter how good Fifan is, can he be better than Nanglo? However, Xi Yongfei forgot one thing. Whether Fifan is as good as Nanglo is uncertain, but the one who stopped Nanglo at the time was not the current Hong Yuan, but Tianlong. The teammates around him now are not Tianlong's Super League players, but most of them are players from Class A teams. The difference in operation level may not be too big, but in terms of experience and character attributes, the difference is not a little bit. When Fifan launched the attack, Xi Yongfei didn't care. He just kept commanding Hong Yuan's players to block Fifan's attack in an orderly manner. Defense also requires skills. When to sacrifice, when to bear hard, when to dodge, this depends on the timely command of the coach or the core on the field to operate well. Xi Yongfei has this ability, but while commanding, he immediately found something wrong. Defense is easier than offense. Everyone knows this. Although Fifan is the one who controls the ball and attacks, in this case, they also have to send people out to protect the football. The number of people who can participate in the offense should not be as many as Hong Yuan's participation in defense. However, as they defended, the number of Hong Yuan people decreased faster and faster. Although they had a shorter time to replenish, they still couldn't withstand Fifan's fierce attack. When Zheng Qi had turned into light and left the field, but took 3 Hong Yuan players away in one breath, Xi Yongfei's face finally changed. No matter how strong a player is, he can't take down 3 opponents with just one person's strength. But now this situation has occurred, which is enough to prove that in the overall collision, Fifan has already occupied an absolute advantage. How is this possible? Xi Yongfei thought in his heart in surprise. Just when he thought so, Zheng Qi had already rushed in along the passage that Zheng Qi had rushed out, and then approached Xi Yongfei and forced a shot. Facing Zheng Qi's fierce offensive, Xi Yongfei could only choose to retreat, and then he immediately found that in this way, the relationship between him and his teammates was cut off again. In the first half of the round of the game, it was because his connection with other teammates was cut off that he lost without any resistance. It's just that when he was concentrating on defense, he could still be cut off from others by Fifan. How great is the pressure created by Fifan? When this thought flashed through Xi Yongfei's mind, he had been forced to the side by Zheng Qi, and other Fifan players rushed forward and completely broke through Hong Yuan's defense line. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinis fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novel is all in contrast la verse in original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Espera más para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 428. Defeat. It's incredible, Fifin beat Hong Yuan without any chance to fight back in the face-to-face attack. The core player Xiong Fei was forced to one side, and before that, Hong Yuan's defense line had been shattered. Fifin recovered 1 point. Only 5 minutes into the second half, Fifin showed a completely different momentum from the first half. After scoring the goal, Fifin did not celebrate wildly, but quickly retreated. After scoring this goal, their mentality has completely calmed down, and there is no other worry. Look, we did score the goal easily, not because of the advantage of the terrain, nor because of the opponent's underestimation, but because of 2 words. Strength. We have strength, so we broke through their defense line. Next, we can rely on our own strength to win the game. There are still 40 minutes in the second half, which is enough for us to make a successful comeback. If they were still a little nervous in the first half, then they scored a goal in a strong attack within a few minutes after the start of the second half, so that their nervousness no longer exists. We're indeed excellent and have an overwhelming advantage, otherwise how did we defeat Teen He at the time? Even if it was an accident, it must be accidental to have the strength to cause such an accident. Defensa. Be ready to play at any time. Zhu Shang quickly replaced several people. Zheng Qi and other main players were replaced to rest, and the substitutes came on the court one after another. At the same time, a player on the road was exploring the opponent's movements from a distance. You'll learn very quickly. Xiong Fei, who led a large team, had just bypassed a tent when he saw from a distance that at the other end of the road, an extraordinary player looked from a distance, and then retreated to the back, retreating to the last place where his sight could not be blocked, and there he observed Hong Yuan's movements. We found the key so quickly, it seems that we can only attack by force. Xiong Fei said in the team channel that the key to this map is indeed a corner on several roads. There is a must-go road, and there is a relatively long distance to observe the opponent, leaving enough time to observe or escape. Push forward. Xiong Fei led the Hong Yuan players to advance seriously. Under such circumstances, the extraordinary player who was observing from a distance did not retreat. From the perspective of God, the other extraordinary players were moving quickly. At the same time, Zhu Shan also began to make continuous substitutions. The extraordinary players began to concentrate their forces to intercept from the front. The environment was almost exactly the same as the first attack at the beginning of the first half. On the widest avenue in the middle, the large forces of both sides met. The 2 sides launched a fierce confrontation in the middle. Although Fifin was on the defensive side, they took the initiative and were always on the attack. This was exactly the same as the situation in the first half, when they neglected their own defense and were ambushed by Hong Yuan. Will Hong Yuan do the same? Fifin sent 2 people to go around from both sides, but it would take a long time. Can they keep up the pressure on Hong Yuan with only 8 people? Hong Yuan did not split up their troops at the moment. If they find that Fifin is short of manpower, they will most likely break through head-on and impact Fifin's gate. Wonderful. Zheng Qi grasped the timing just in time. When Hong Yuan launched a tentative attack, he cut in time and cut off the connection between the 2 Hong Yuan players and the main force at the same time. Fu Lei followed up and blocked the opponent's attack. Fifin's outflanking caused Hong Yuan to lose 2 players, now they don't have to worry. It depends on whether Li Guirui and Wang Yuanfeng who enter round can outflank from the back in time. Beautiful, successful outflanking. Obviously, even Xiong Fei did not expect Fifin to use such a bold defensive method. Li Guirui attracted Xiong Fei's attention, and Wang Yuanfeng made a beautiful tackle and snatched the ball. Now it was Hong Yuan's turn to be anxious. They began to turn around and counter-attack, trying to snatch the ball again, but unfortunately Fifin's large force was attacking their defense line. It was a mess, all messed up, and Hong Yuan began to face a very difficult situation. Under the command of Zhu Shan, the moment Wang Yuanfeng grabbed the ball, Zheng Qi had already led his teammates to launch a fierce attack. Zheng Qi, who led by example, cut into Hong Yuan's defensive formation, and Zheng Xiaohan and Qing Chuan, who followed closely behind him, cut in at the same time and completely tore apart Hong Yuan's formation. It was originally very difficult to do this. After all, Hong Yuan's players were not just eating dry rice, but now, Hong Yuan's overall morale has already had a huge problem. Their attention is on Wang Yuanfeng and Li Guirui behind them, and the strength of the frontal defensor is naturally weakened a lot. In this case, Fifan concentrated a heavy attack again, and naturally broke through the opponent's defense in an instant. Zheng Qi was not in a hurry to kill the opponent's players. This was the job of Su Jin, Zheng Qi and others who followed behind. They were responsible for defeating them, and the other teammates who were finishing up were responsible for killing the opponents who were already at low health. Zheng Qi, who was advancing very fast, quickly came to Zheng Fei and then entangled him tightly. Zheng Xiaohan and Qing Chuan followed and killed him, contacted Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen, and protected the football tightly. Retreat. Go back to defensa. Zheng Fei shouted unwillingly. Although he was unwilling to go back to defensa at this time, it was because of his mistake that he lost the possession of the ball, but if he didn't go back to defensa now, he would only be easily wiped out by the opponent. After all, at this time, Hong Yuan's entire formation was already in chaos. And what about Fifan? Fifan has now completely rushed over. Their overall formation is still very complete. In the process of chasing and killing, the overall integrity can easily kill most of the opponent's players. At this time, they can only retreat. As many people as they can retreat, they will retreat. The two players who just died can set up a defense line first to avoid being rushed down by the opponent. Hong Yuan began to retreat frantically, while Fifan began to pursue mercilessly. It was very easy for a team to pursue a defeated opponent, not to mention that Fifan had all kinds of people now. Su Jing sent an acceleration skill, Zheng Xiaoyan threw a deceleration skill, and Niuliwa threw a lethal skill. The accelerated Fifan players rushed up quickly, killing one opponent in a few moves, and then waited for Su Jing and the others to catch up. Although this approach could not keep all opponents, it allowed Fifan players to kill opponents in a very rhythmic manner without losing too much themselves. When Zheng Fei and others hastily withdrew, only 3 of the 8 people were left. Although the teammates who died first had returned to the field and participated in the defensa, their morale had completely dropped. In the previous confrontation, Fifan's decisive and bold substantive division of troops made them lose the ball. Although they can still defend now, thinking about the fact that they only resisted for 5 minutes before Fifan broke through the door, how much confidence do they have? Zheng Fei will not lose confidence at will, and neither will the Super League players, but what about the other Class A players of Hong Yuan? They are now used to relying on Zheng Fei and his team, but when they find that Zheng Fei and his team are also unreliable, their morale will drop even more. The extraordinary players did not give the other side any buffer time. After arriving near the opponent's defense line, the extraordinary players immediately launched an attack. This practice of immediately engaging in battle upon arrival at the front line seems a bit irrational, but when Hong Yuan's defense line has not yet been formally formed, launching an attack immediately has achieved enough benefits. Under the command of Zhu Shan, Zheng Xiaohan rushed forward first, and he did not pay attention to protecting himself at all. After rushing over, he used all the damage he could bring. Originally, there was a shortage of manpower. After being attacked by Zheng Xiaohan, Hong Yuan could only concentrate on dealing with this guy. At this time, Su Jin, Zheng Qi and others used several large-scale skills to hit them, which immediately plunged them into chaos. Don't panic, hold on for a while, reinforcements are coming. Zheng Fei shouted loudly, but under the interference of skill light, smoke, etc. Many Hong Yuan players could not see the situation around them clearly. If they didn't panic in this situation, it would be a joke. After a lot of effort, the teammates who died before it turned to the field and began to quickly come to support, but there were only 4 teammates left around Zheng Fei, and Fifan still hit 7 people. Faced with such a situation, even gods can't do anything. The fewer people there are, the more Fifan's personal attribute advantages can be shown. Fifan didn't give the opponent any more chances. They were extremely cautious and forced Hong Yuan's players away, and then scored the equalizer. 2-2 tie. Only 15 minutes into the second half, Fifan equalized the score, making Hong Yuan's advantage that spent the entire first half disappear immediately. There is no doubt that this brought great pressure to Hong Yuan. This pressure is not only psychological, but also practical. The goal just now could be said to be a trick, but the first goal before, and the confrontation in the normal game, Fifan almost formed a crushing reality, which dealt a greater blow to their confidence. The opponent is so much better than us. Individual confrontation, completely at a disadvantage, and overall confrontation is still at a disadvantage. They can't beat both individuals in the whole, can they still win this game? What's more, even if they lose, Hong Yuan may not be in the same half as Fifan, so there is no need to fight too hard in such a game. When the whole team began to slack off like this, even if Zheng Fei knew that this would not work, he had no other way. In the next game, Hong Yuan wanted to attack, but it seemed a little weak. Fifen stopped an attack, and then scored the goal with a thunderous offensive, and finally maintained the victory until the end. Chapter 429. 4-year exception. This was a collapse, an absolute collapse. Originally, at the end of the first half, Hong Yuan had an absolute advantage, but after the start of the second half, Fifen swept Hong Yuan with powerful strength. The final score was 3-2, a number that looks small, but what about in reality? Everyone knows that in this game, Fifen has had an absolute upper hand since the second half. Hong Yuan was completely unable to withstand Fifen's attack in the second half. Since the beginning of the second half of the season, although Fifen has lost all away games, there is no doubt that it was training the team. When they needed a victory, they broke their own away record and defeated Hong Yuan, which ranked second. With Fifen's current performance, they must be the most favored team in the playoffs. Fifen's odds of advancing have been adjusted to the lowest. There are even rumors that bookmakers are preparing to close the betting channel for Fifen's advancement. This is also a very normal thing. Fifen's current performance is indeed outstanding, and defeating Tin He is enough to prove their potential. Let's take a look at the current rankings. Chongzhou is definitely in first place. They had already secured first place. In the last round, Yin Shuang, who was originally ranked third, defeated their opponent. With the help of Hong Yuan's defeat, they finally ranked second in the league. Hong Yuan slipped to third. Bailuo and Lai He already secured fourth and fifth places. Yao Kuang and Aoxao both won, and they continued to rank 6th and 7th. Fifen saved the match point, and after defeating Hong Yuan, they continued to rank 8th. The competition for 9th place is quite fierce. Hezan lost unexpectedly, allowing Haitian to squeeze into the top 9 with a victory in the last round. Although Zheng Qi also won, they only hit 69 points. From this point of view, Fifen is really in danger. If they hadn't won the last game, they would have tied with Zheng Qi for 9th place, and they were 2 goals behind Zheng Qi in goal difference. For Hong Yuan, this was the worst result. Losing this game would not affect their results, but it did affect their ranking. Falling from 2nd to 3rd means that they will face the 8th place, Fifen, in the first game of the playoffs. As the only team in that first division league that was defeated twice by Fifen this season, Hong Yuan feels a lot of pressure, but the only thing that seems to be in their favor is the schedule. In the playoffs, the 3rd, 4th, 7th and 8th places are in the same half zone. However, in the but a week before the playoffs and after the end of the first division league, Hong Yuan can prepare for the game with peace of mind, while Fifen still has to participate in the semi-finals of the China Cup. This is not a game that can be given up casually. Fifen's opponent in the semi-finals of the China Cup is Kangning, who defeated them in the group stage. In that game, Kangning won quite easily. Looking at Fifen's performance at the time, they would never go far in the China Cup. But then they started to be 2 different teams, making it all the way to the semi-finals. Can Kangning still stop them now? The top 4 is our best result in the China Cup in recent years, and we certainly want to go further. Fifen performed very well, but I think their primary goal should still be the elite playoffs. The results of the cup competition are important, but not as important as a place in the Super League. Corning's captain Yuan Shao answered in an interview. For Corning, they really want to get a decent honor this year. Although Corning is a strong team, it is not a top-level strong team. It is still a very difficult thing to get honors. This year they performed very well. Defeating Shenhua in the quarterfinals was one of their most exciting performances in recent years. When they meet Fifen, they certainly want to win. Even if they enter the finals, they will have to face top teams like Chengdu or Namguo. However, being able to win to the finals is much better than not being able to win to the finals. In the cup competition, advancing one more game is a huge benefit and a bonus of fame. No team will give up on this. Therefore, the cup competition is not like the traditional football competition, which is a useless game. Strong teams generally do not focus on it. In the football era, the cup competition is also fought for by strong teams. As a result, it is more difficult for mid-level teams to win the honor. Corning also cherishes this year's opportunity. Super teams will not give up any cup game. Since our goal is to become a super team, we cannot embarrass the super teams in this regard. Zheng Qi smiled and answered during the interview. We will not give up this cup game. We lost to Corning once before, but we were not strong enough at the time. Now, it's time for us to make up for it. Fifen has challenged Corning. But this is normal. Even if Fifen faces the pressure of the playoffs, they will not give up the cup game. In the semi-finals, Fifan and Corning's half is obviously weaker, which is certainly easier than the match between Chengfeng and Nanguo in the other half. Fifan lost to Corning before, but now they are performing very well. The whole team's condition and morale are at a peak. Under such circumstances, they should have higher aspirations. It is said that this match has attracted a lot of attention. The bookmakers seem to be very hesitant about this match. The odds they offer are similar for both teams, with Corning's odds being slightly lower. However, from the odds, you can't tell if this is a strong team in the Super League against a mid-level team in the A-League. Such odds are understandable. Bookmakers are not fools. Although Fifan is a A-League team, they have the ability and level to beat Tinhead. They can't be regarded as an ordinary A-League team. There may be a brand new strong team in the Super League next year. What they lack now is just a stage. Before the start of the China Cup semi-finals, the media began to pay attention to this match. Compared with the match between the two more famous teams in the other half of the zone, the match between Fifan and Corning attracted more attention. Although Nanguo is the only team in this year's league that can compete with Chengfeng, their match against Chengfeng in the Cup semi-finals is considered the last match in China to prevent Chengfeng from winning the five-time championship. However, it still cannot cover up the gimmick of the match between Fifan and Corning. The reason is very simple, because these two teams are not simple, or in other words, they are very special. Corning has always been very special. As the only team in the league where female players occupy most of the positions, they have proved their level with their outstanding performance. Of course, there are some female players in strong teams, such as Wen Xiang of Chengfeng, He of Tinhead in the past, Mira now, Anqiu of Nanguo, Gong Sunyu of Shenhua, Tan Ran of Chengfeng. These female players often occupy extremely important positions in these top teams, but they are not universal. Only Corning, among the 22 players in their first team, there are 16 female players. Yuan Xiao is a god-level player who is not inferior to any top player, and Anai Lily is also about to join the ranks of god-level players. In addition, there is an outstanding newcomer Chan He, and other Corning players who are not inferior to any Super League players, even if they're less famous. Corning has the strength to defeat any opponent. Perhaps the two more abnormal clubs of Chengfeng and Tinhead are an exception. As the only team with mainly female players, Corning does not rely on such gimmicks alone. In fact, it is not that there are no other clubs that want to attract attention in this way. However, if a team of all female players is barely put together, the lack of strength and coordination will also lead to continuous failures. Only Corning, with a large number of female players, has maintained an overall outstanding performance. This is the key factor that has attracted enough attention. Corning is so special, and Fifan is also quite special. As a Class A team, Fifan should not have the ability to attract attention. However, as a Class A team, they have reached the quarterfinals of the China Cup, which in itself proves their appeal. Moreover, if you look at their wonderful record in the Class A league, you will know that this is not an ordinary Class A team. Such a wonderful team can certainly attract a lot of attention. In fact, when Fifan broke its own wonderful record in the last round and won the only game of the whole season away from home, many people sighed for it. Of course, most of them were people who bet that Fifan would lose this game. It was precisely because of this must-win game that everyone began to feel that Fifan was not unable to rank higher. It was mostly to train the team. In the case that they had no chance to get the first place in the first-class league, as long as they ensured the top 9, they would be able to get the chance to play in the playoffs, so they could naturally preserve their strength. If they had not performed equally well in the China Cup, everyone might have been fooled by this cunning team. This team has excellent strength and is so cunning, so can we place more hope on them? When thinking about this, many neutral spectators felt that this game seemed to be very worthy of attention. Whoever wins will be able to advance to the finals and wait for the result of the other semi-final, whether it will be against Nanguo or Chengfeng. Although no matter which one they face, it seems that Fifan or Corning has no chance of winning, but being able to win to the finals is already a great honor. This kind of honor has only belonged to Chengfeng and Tinhead in the past 4 years, without any exception. This year, there may be changes. Chapter 430. Corning's goal. It was late at night, and Fu King was still watching Fifan's match against Hong Yuan. This match was worth watching. After all, in this match, Fifan had to win to keep his top 9. In this case, they couldn't continue to let the team win on the road. What they could show was their true strength. The match against Tinhead was also crucial, but it was not as detailed as this match. Fu King was the head coach of Corning. His name sounded feminine, including his surname, but he was actually a real man, more manly than many other players. With a full beard, he looked very fierce. However, he is a very gentle and careful head coach, just like most head coaches. He has been the head coach of Corning for more than 5 years. When he first took over, many people laughed at him for leading a female team, but he didn't care. Many people also felt that Fu Qing would not stay in Corning for long. After all, his predecessor, Yu Wei, the only female head coach in the league, chose to resign due to physical reasons. Yu Wei had been leading the team in Corning for a long time and had left a deep mark on the team. Taking over such a position was of course a very difficult task. However, Fu Qing did a very good job. When he first joined, the players had doubts, but he relied on his carefulness and gentleness to quickly stabilize the entire team. In the past few years, Corning has been steadily in the middle, and from time to time it has been able to impact the top 4, and Fu Qing has made an indelible contribution. Not every coach can bring earth-shaking changes to the team, and Fu Qing does not have this ability, but he can bring enough stability to Corning. A stable Corning has a much wider selection of players than other clubs. Maybe the probability of a good player among female players is much lower than that among male players, but in terms of the number of players, Corning has much more than ordinary clubs. Moreover, the atmosphere within the Corning team also allows some female players with strange tempers to have enough room for growth. For example, Chang He, a new player who is very valued in Corning, has a slightly strange temper and often has violent emotions, which easily affects her performance. If she were in other clubs, Chang He might be lost in the crowd, but in Corning, she can be very well tolerated. Now, Chang He is the third most important player in Corning, and she has only been in Corning for 2 years. Training new players has always been a very complicated matter. No matter how talented a newcomer is, it is difficult for him to grow up without the right tactics and environment. If Lu Xiaoshan had not been optimistic about Shen Rufei, he would not have easily gained such a large space in Changfeng. If Li Qingx had not wanted to pave the way for Han Yiming in the future, a team at his level would not have sacrificed a year's results for him. Relatively speaking, Liu Shibo was not so lucky. Although he performed well in Nanguo, he did not gain a truly important position. This is also related to Nanguo's style of emphasizing offensive over defensive. Defensive players like Liu Shibo are indeed not taken seriously. It's obvious that Fifen spent the entire first half getting familiar with the map, yet they have already gained an overall advantage in the second half. Their players are indeed strong, but we are not Hong Yuan, and it is still difficult for them to create such an advantage. I just don't know what kind of map they will encounter next. If it's a map they are familiar with, I'm afraid we won't be too lucky. Fu Qing thought to himself as he watched the game recording. In fact, the probability of a complex map appearing in the China Cup is quite high, because ordinary maps do not have too much randomness, and the advantages of strong teams are too easy to show. Only on complex maps can the boundary between the strong and the weak be better narrowed, and the game can be more intense. They eliminated Jinlong and cut off the connection between Rosie and the others. They eliminated Tinhe and took advantage of the map. The reason why we are stronger than Jinlong now is that we have more than one outstanding player. It is impossible for them to cut off our core. It's just that if the opponent is more familiar with the map, it will be difficult to deal with. We can only improvise, Fu Qing thought to himself, then looked up and asked Yuan Xiao beside him. There are also 2 female players in the Fifen formation. I heard that Nialua was originally from our guild. Yes, she performed very well, but she joined Fifen last year. It is said that she was an old acquaintance of Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi and others from Fifen. They met by chance in the mythology area and left. Yuan Xiao nodded. I didn't know these things at first, but Anai knows more about the guild. She told me everything. Anai Lily, who was quite pretty, nodded. I noticed her then. After all, it only took her 2 months to rise from a newcomer to a member of the core guild's main team, which was enough to prove her level. I was observing her at the time, mainly because her character attributes were not outstanding, only more than 670, not enough to qualify as a professional player. I originally thought of investigating her again. If her background was okay, I would let her go to the new area to create an account, but she soon met Zheng Qi and then quit the guild. That can't be helped. Your process is correct, and we won't recruit people casually. But Nialua's performance in Fifen is really good. Fu Qing sighed. Yes, we really lack such a player who can carry out large-scale killing in time. This is also the reason why I paid attention to her at the time. This kind of player may be easily killed in a one-on-one situation, but when there is a suitable terrain and cooperation, the threat created is much better than that of ordinary players. And Lily nodded. Let's not talk about the past. In the next game, if the terrain is suitable, we have to pay close attention to Nialua's performance. Even if she doesn't transfer now, she may be poached in the future. Fu King said with a smile. That's also a matter of the future, coach. Yuan Shao reminded him. Fu King patted his forehead. That's right, but there doesn't seem to be much to say about pre-match tactics. Random maps, if we encounter those complex maps, it depends on our accumulated experience and our ability to adapt to changes. We should have advantages in these two aspects, and we won't be like Tianlong, where the core is controlled and we can't play. Fu King said. Yuan Shao and Lily nodded at the same time. As the captain and vice-captain, they naturally knew that compared with Tianlong, which had already lost a god-level player, Canning was much stronger now. Although in theory, Canning only had one recognized god-level player, Yuan Shao, but whether it was the vice-captain and Lily, the newcomer Chan He, or the strong and powerful Yan Min, they all had the strength close to the god-level players. This overall level was unique outside the top 5. Even Shen Huaxianfen was not very sure when facing them. Canning is now in the best state in recent years. Such a team can create good results and is also worth looking forward to. So in this case, it is not good to pay too much attention to the performance of the opponent. It is often enough to play to your own level. Give them a good look, let them see what a real super team looks like before entering the super arena. Yuan Shao said ambitiously. Captain, they have eliminated 3 super teams. And Lily reminded. Including Tinhe. Chan He also followed up. We can't lose momentum, do you understand? Yuan Shao was angry. Anyway, we have to fight them, the issue of momentum can be discussed later. And Lily laughed. If all the girls in the alliance unite, Cheng and Tinhe will be useless. The captain will charge forward, the vice-captain will assist from behind, and I will fill in the front and back. And when Xiang's gang, and Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's will definitely not be our opponents. Chan He suddenly said. You're overthinking it again. How can you talk about theoretical things? Yuan Shao rubbed Chan He's head, messing up her short hair before stopping. Chan He said as he fixed his hair, but I think it's obviously possible, why don't you do it? When Xiang can't come. She and Lu Xiaoshan are married. Why would she help us instead of helping her husband? Gong Sun Yu is the 3rd most important person in Shenhua. Even if Tan Ran doesn't have a particularly high status in Xinfen, she is a stable main force with a high exposure rate. An Qi's situation is similar. Which of these female players who can stand out in other teams is not a top-notch girl? They are living well, so why force them? And Lily said with a smile. I say, you've gone off topic again, haven't you? Captain Yuan Shao, how is the morale of the team now? Fu King said helplessly. Morale is fine. Although there are still a few games in the league, the victory or defeat doesn't matter much to us. The top 6 can be guaranteed. Now everyone wants to concentrate on the cup competition. If we can't win the championship, we should strive for the runner-up. Yuan Shao replied with a smile. It's good that the morale is fine, but can we be more ambitious? If we make it to the finals, we must aim for the championship. If we stop Cheng from winning 5 championships, we will be awesome. Fu King said. Of course, but don't we have to beat Fifen first? This team is really hard to beat, so we have to be careful. Yuan Shao said with a smile. In any case, we have to strive to make it to the finals, so that Nialua can see that there is a future in joining us. And Lily said. The 2 female players from Fifen seem to be pretty good, Sujin and Nialua, should we also try to recruit them? Chan He said suddenly. Here we go again, why do you always want to recruit female players from other teams? Yuan Shao lamented. Chapter 431. The goal is fierce. The Canning team is much better than Tianlong. We must not think about defeating them easily. Fifen was also discussing the next game. Although the first playoff game would be in a week, their attention was now focused on the China Cup semi-final. After Hong Yuan was defeated by them at home, Fifen no longer thought that Hong Yuan would be a problem for them. They only played seriously for half a game in the second half and easily defeated Hong Yuan. What ability did Hong Yuan have to stop them? The China Cup was worth a good effort. Their thoughts at the moment were actually similar to those of Canning. Since they had already entered the semi-finals, why not try hard to win to the finals? After entering the finals, why not try hard to win the championship? This kind of thinking is actually very normal and necessary. Without this kind of confidence, why would they participate in the game? They could just admit defeat. Coach, what you said is nonsense. We know that Canning is very strong. Didn't they win a game against us in the group stage? Although we were not complete at the time. Zheng Qi scratched his head and replied. Well, it's nonsense, but I can only talk nonsense now. Who knows what map will be randomly spawned? We are only familiar with those 7 complex maps. But if it is other maps, then the tactics will be the same as the previous game. In the first half, we will explore all the map details clearly, and then launch a real attack in the second half. Zhu Shan said. It's a bit risky. Canning is not Hong Yuan, Zheng Qi thought for a while and said. There is no way. Our current strength is like this. On the maps we are familiar with the right tactical arrangement and execution, we can even beat Team Head, but on unfamiliar maps, we have a hard time beating Hong Yuan. This is our current reality. We have a high ceiling and strong potential, but the lower limit is also very low. In other words, our performance depends too much on the map, not other places. Zhu Shan spread his hands and said. Time is tight, and this is all we can do. To truly become without weaknesses, we need better training, but now, this is the only way. Zheng Qi spread his hands. 1/3 of the probability is not low. Zheng Qi thought for a moment and said, we can definitely pin our hopes on this. Anyway, to win the China Cup, we all need some luck. Zheng Qi, can you calculate how high our probability is? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi with a smile. I can't answer such an ignorant question as yours. Zheng Qi sighed. In short, don't worry, adjust your state, randomly drawn maps, and if we get the 7 maps we are familiar with, it means God is on our side. If we don't draw them, it's nothing to lose, because it's already amazing that we can enter the semi-finals. After we are familiar with all the maps, we will no longer have weaknesses. Don't you think so? Butler Meng said with a smile. Uncle Meng is right. We have done our best in the areas we are familiar with. We have the strength to fight against any opponent. It is much better than the first half of the season. In this case, what do we have to worry about? Zhu Shan nodded. Even if we can't win the China Cup, we can at least enter the Super League. Even if we are almost exhausted in the China Cup, it is still easy to pass the playoffs. Zheng Qi said at last. This seems a bit exaggerated, but after defeating Hong Yuan in the second half, everyone knows that this team is no longer something that the elite can suppress. Chongsao was easily defeated by them, and Hong Yuan, which ranks second in strength, was also defeated by them at home and away. They are not ranked high because they were short of manpower in the first half of the season, but they were training the team in the second half of the season. Now, they have shown such an excellent state in the China Cup, which is enough to prove how excellent their current level is. In this case, it is almost inevitable for Fifen to achieve good results. Even if they are not in good shape, there is no possibility of losing the game. Except for a super-level team like Chongsao, other teams will always have irreparable weaknesses that they will catch when they meet Fifen. Whether as a whole or individually, Fifen has at least reached the level of a Super League team. Just look at Chongsao's success in the A-League this year. This super-level team basically had a smooth ride in this year's A-League, and secured the top spot in the league early on. In the end, they got more than 100 points, and only lost 3 of the 46 games. Most of the time, they were able to rely on their stable strength to win. The second-ranked Yinshuan had nearly 20 points less than them. If Fifen started playing again in the league, they would also be able to achieve better results in the league. In fact, if there were not more games in the first half and Chongsao's advantage was too great, Fifen would have caught up in the second half and would have had a chance to win the championship, and now, with their strength playing in the playoffs, the probability of winning the final championship is of course extremely high. Even if there are always accidents in a single game, with the support of their nearly overwhelming strength, they can completely reduce such accidents to a minimum. If we lose this semi-final, we should encounter a lot of trouble in the playoffs, but if we win this semi-final, then Hong Yuan will collapse without a fight when facing us next time. Before the game started, Butler Meng said to Zhu Shan in private, so the victory or defeat of this game is actually crucial. Zhu Shan deeply agreed with this statement. This is a complementary thing. If Fifen loses, Hong Yuan will feel that although Fifen is better than them, he just fought with Canning and lost again. His confidence and state must be at a low point, and they will naturally have a chance to win. And if Fifen wins Canning, the courage of Hong Yuan, which has been almost broken by Fifen, will be completely lost. This is a kind of mental crushing. If you win, everything is fine, but if you lose, it is not necessarily, and it is not as easy as Zheng Qi said. This will be the last hurdle for Fifan. After this semi-final, there will be 2 playoff games, and after the playoffs, the final of the China Cup will come. By the time, there will be nothing that will affect Fifan's impact on the honor. It must be one of those 7 maps. Before the game started, Zhu Shan prayed devoutly. It didn't matter if they didn't use the map they were good at in the finals, but for this game, they had to use a complex map. Because this was where Fifan was most confident and had the most advantages when playing against strong teams. Perhaps because he prayed so devoutly, the system of football era was moved by his sincerity, and thus, a map appeared. The Battle of Changbangpo. There were mountains, forests, rivers, and houses. There were chaotic troops and chaotic arrows. It met the characteristics of all complex maps, and because the entire map was on a plane, the Changbangpo map was even more complex. Those mountains, forests, rivers, and houses would refresh randomly, and chaotic troops and chaotic arrows would refresh less frequently, but the constant changes in the terrain required everyone to adapt to the situation. This was a complex map, but compared to other complex maps, its situation was more special. It is indeed a complex map, but we don't seem to have any advantages. Jin muttered on the bench. It's better than ordinary maps. Our simulation of this map is the lowest, probably only 60%, but other clubs may not even simulate 40%. Random rules are not that easy to find. Zhu Shan was relieved and smiled. Fifan's players nodded one after another. It was true. Fifan didn't need to know much about the most complex maps. As long as he knew more than other teams, that was enough. Just like sometimes, when 2 people are chased by a bear, you don't necessarily need to run faster than the bear, just faster than the person next to you. Facing a group of female players, I don't know if these guys will have any problems. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, I remember when we were in Canton, we once met Canning. I thought girls were easy to bully, but I ended up getting beaten up. Don't worry, they won't make such a mistake. When Zheng Qi first met Niaoliwa in the game, he didn't show mercy just because she was a woman. He chased Niaoliwa and almost killed her to death. Zheng Qi didn't play at this time, but he immediately exposed Zheng Qi's ugly past off the court. Damn, he can do this. Is our captain a human being? Zifei sighed. Besides, we can't underestimate Can9 anymore. Don't forget how Can9 swept us in the group stage. Zhuya said with a smile. At this point, all the Fifan players nodded, except Zheng Qihan and others. When they met Can9 before, Zheng Qihan and his team had not returned to the team yet, so they did not feel deeply about this. The others who played in the Fifan first team in that first half of the season knew clearly that Can9's female players might be gentle and amiable in life, but on the field, they were absolutely no different from any male players in terms of bravery. To put it bluntly, these girls are better at fighting than men. Fifan's overall defense was torn apart by these girls a few months ago. Of course, they would not underestimate them at all. To underestimate them is to underestimate themselves. It's up to them, but you should also be ready to play at any time. Zhu Shan said at last. Chapter 432 Curiosity. The terrain of Changbangpo will change randomly, but the mountains will not suddenly disappear when players are walking, and the players climbing on them will not fall half to death, and the river will not suddenly disappear and become flat when players are swimming in it, and then the players will be suffocated directly. That is called cheating, not change. The change of Changbangpo means that when you just cross a plane and look back, you may find that the plane has turned into a hill or a river. You're originally with your companions, but were separated by the sudden appearance of hills and rivers. This is the special feature of Changbangpo. Of course, such terrain changes are often more beneficial to teams with better personal abilities, so the extraordinary players think that such a map is still good. Corning did not mean to underestimate the opponent. When Fu King found out that the map was Changbangpo, he shook his head. In terms of individual ability, Fu King is not worried. Canning is not an ordinary Super League team. They are one of the strong teams in the Super League. Compared with other teams, their overall strength may be a little worse, but in terms of individual ability, they are quite strong. Every player in the first team has a level close to that of a god-level player. This is of course a great thing. It is also related to the composition of Canning. Their selection is relatively wide. Although many outstanding female players have been taken away by other clubs, there are still many female players willing to join Canning, which brings them a huge selection surface. Therefore, in terms of the individual ability of the players, they can be said to be the best of the best, and the level of the selected players is quite outstanding. However, in terms of the whole team, Canning still has its own shortcomings. The biggest shortcoming is that among the top 10 teams, Canning may be the only team that does not have at least one outstanding tactical player. Other teams have such a role, whether it is a god-level player or not, but Canning does not. Their best players, Yuan Shao, and Nai Lili and Chang He, are better at personal combat ability. This also invisibly affected their overall performance. Of course, this was not a problem of one person. Yuan Shao led her team to move forward. In such terrain, it was difficult to act collectively, whether an offensive or defenser. The key was to disperse and then support each other. Don't move forward too much, pay attention to returning to defenser, don't forget that we are the defensive side. Yuan Shao reminded all teammates in the team. While they were moving forward cautiously, Zheng Qi and his teammates were moving forward very quickly. Keep your distance and support at any time. It is difficult to sneak attack successfully in this terrain. If the terrain changes slightly, you can see everything at a glance. Zhu Shan said in the team channel. Zheng Qi nodded, and rushed to the front, with the football a little further back. You rushed a little faster. Zhu Shan reminded, and Zheng Qi slowed down and kept pace with the others. Fifan's formation is quite good, they are really good now, and they can still maintain a complete formation in such a terrain. Now they have passed a dense forest in the middle. We can see that when they come out of the dense forest, they will meet the large force coming from Canning. The commentator was explaining that although the terrain of Changbangpo would change frequently, most of the time it was still a matter of fighting ability between the two sides. It was rare that the fronts of the two sides met, and then the terrain changed behind one side, leaving the front in front, and the people behind could not come up to support in time. However, when they were about to leave the forest, Zheng Qi suddenly raised his hand, and then all the Fifan players stopped at the same time and began to move together quickly. After this inexplicable behavior lasted for 5 seconds, Zheng Qi put down his hand, and the Fifan players rushed out of the woods like a tide. The Canning players outside the woods were a little surprised, because according to their guess, if the Fifan people went straight forward, they should have rushed out of the woods 10 seconds ago, but they were so slow. However, neither Yuan Shao nor the others paid much attention to it. The difference of just a few seconds might be that the opponent was just moving slower. So after seeing Fifan rushing out, the players of Corning rushed forward at the same time. They did not mean to underestimate Fifan. Although they had easily defeated Fifan before, in fact, Fifan had changed too much and improved too fast in the past few months. Noticing this, the people of Corning would naturally not underestimate this team. In fact, just because Fifan defeated Tin He, they would not underestimate it at all. The A-level team might not know what Tin He meant, but the super team really knew what level a team of Tin He was. Even if Tin He's level dropped a little, it was not something that any team could defeat. Go, fight them! Yuan Shao shouted, and then rushed out first. There were at least 4 players from Corning rushing out with her, including Chang He. Only Nai Lili was standing at the back, ready to support at any time. In fact, each player of Corning did not need teammates to take care of them. Each of them could take care of themselves. Even in such a group confrontation, their individual level can be fully brought into play. Fifan is certainly not bad in this regard. Their individual abilities may not be very outstanding, but their attribute advantages can make up for this. Especially now that they can play the role attributes very well. However, after the fight, they found that they did not have any advantages. In terms of attributes, they are indeed better, but in terms of personal level, they do not have any advantages. This is the average level of strong teams. Of course, Canning's personal level is top-notch in strong teams. In fact, only Tin He and Chen Fan can compare with them, and then Nangguo can. Others, even Shen Hua and Chen Fan, may not be their opponents in this regard. If it weren't for their overall tactical level being a little worse, they would not be outside the 5 majors. In a box in the stands, Meng Fan couldn't help but sigh. Around him were several high-level members of the Fifan Guild, such as Zhu Qi and Lu Li. The mountains and rivers beyond the fog, follow that breeze. After hearing what Meng Fan said, Zhu Qi nodded in deep agreement, but Lu Li was a little confused. Is Canning's personal ability so outstanding? Lu Li immediately asked housekeeper Meng. If you don't understand, you should ask. This has always been her motto. Yes, very outstanding, and they are relatively unambitious. They will not want to leave because of their outstanding personal abilities, just like some players who feel that their status is not enough. They just want to have a happy and joyful stage. Meng Fan replied. Like the Qiongfei. Follow that breeze to ask. I'm not referring to anyone in particular, ha ha ha. Meng Fan smiled and replied. In fact, if Canning hadn't been unable to find a head coach with particularly outstanding tactical ability, and if the few female players with the most overall view were in other teams, Can 9 might really have created an era dominated by female players. That's a bit of a pity. I really want to see such a situation. Lu Li sighed. In the football era, women can hold up half the sky, and this is not empty talk. Meng Fan nodded. If we can really gather the best female players and combine them, it is possible to suppress all opponents. Unfortunately, this situation is unlikely. Then aren't we in danger in this game? Wei Jiangshan couldn't help asking. Why do you say that? Meng Fan asked back. Isn't our biggest advantage that our personal abilities are excellent? Now the map tests personal abilities more, and the opponent's personal abilities are good, so aren't we in danger? Wei Jiangshan said. It's right to think so, but there is no absolute in the game. Meng Fan smiled dumbly. What's more, we still have a lot of advantages on the map. What are the advantages? Lu Li asked. The 5 seconds they stopped just now is an advantage. Although it didn't work, it will gradually accumulate advantages for us throughout the game. Meng Fan smiled slightly. I don't understand. Lu Li shook her head honestly. Keep watching and you will know. Meng Fan smiled. He couldn't explain it to Lu Li at this time, but he knew that as time went on, everyone would understand what kind of meaning Fifan's seemingly meaningless actions actually had. Can 9 and Fifan began to attack as a whole. Fifan had a dense forest behind him, while Can 9 had a river behind him. The place where the two sides fought was a flat land. In such an environment, the two sides could be said to be in a fairly fair situation. Fifan controlled the ball, which made them less powerful in attack, but they could use the dense forest behind them to protect the football. In the football era, such a fair environment is rare. At the beginning of the fight, Yuan Shao also wanted to see how much the opponent's strength had increased after a few months. Both Yuan Shao and Can 9's other players seemed quite curious about this. In the Super League, it is rare for a team to have such a big change in strength, or it is basically impossible. Although Changfeng and Tinhe have become top teams from mid-level teams, it took them 1 or 2 years to gradually grow. The team has top players like Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's, and then the management has built a strong team around them. The whole process takes at least a year. Their first season in the professional arena, their results were not very good. Fifan has only been a few months now. How much can their strength improve? Chapter 433 Luck. There seems to be a very reasonable saying that goes like this: curiosity is the original sin. However, this is nothing for the players of Corning. If they did not always have such a strong curiosity, they would not continue to make progress. Although they failed to rank among the strongest teams for some reasons, everyone knows that when they really grow up, they may create an era. When they played against each other, Corning quickly showed their strength. They were very good in both overall confrontation and individual confrontation. Before saying that they were not good as a whole, it meant that they lacked a tactical master level figure and could not fully exert their strength, not that they were a mess in the game. If they were a mess, no matter how strong their individual strength was, they would not be able to win many games, just like Fifan, who started in the second half of the season. Their overall individual abilities were also very strong, but without the overall team, they were a mess, so they kept losing in away games, not just because they wanted to train the team. Until now, Fifan has finally formed a whole team and can compete with strong teams in head-on competitions. If they didn't have such ability to defeat Tinhe last time, even if they successfully used tactics, made full use of the terrain, and didn't make mistakes, they would never have been able to drag Tinhe to death with such advantages. This game was the same. The two sides were evenly matched in the confrontation. Corning's players were experienced and had excellent operating skills, while Fifan's players had the upper hand in character attributes. Even if they were a little tired, they could still hold on. Chang'e broke through Filei's defense and almost rushed to Su Jing and Niuhua. It was a big troublesome for auxiliary players to be close to the opponent. Zheng Qi appeared in front of Chang'e in time and stopped her. The two fought several times at the same time and found that they couldn't easily kill each other. Zheng Qi was still thinking about what to do next, but saw Chang'e shouting behind him with shining eyes. Su Jing and Niuhua. If you two join our Corning, there'll still be someone to protect you. What's wrong with this guy? Zheng Qi thought to himself, but it didn't sound like cursing or trash talk, so the system probably wouldn't punish Chang'e. Sure enough, the system didn't react at all. Although Chang'e was a newcomer, he had been playing in professional competitions for more than a year and would not make such a low-level mistake again. Su Jing turned around and looked at Niuhua in a daze, not knowing what the other party wanted to do, but Niuhua was angry because the other party called her name directly. Call me, Queen. After shouting this, Niaoliwa began to make seals with both hands, and the big move of ashes and smoke, which required a very complicated operation, was completed by the runaway Niaoliwa in just 1 or 2 seconds. The next moment, fire broke out everywhere and burned towards Chang'e. Damn, what a waste. Zheng Qi muttered in his heart. It would be a waste if he didn't throw such a big move at least 3 or 4 opponents, or use it to clear the way when he finally attacked the opponent's gate. After all, the 3-minute cooling time made it very cautious to use this big move every time. However, Niaoliwa used it regardless. Since she used it, she had to make sure that this move was not wasted. So Zheng Qi quickly switched and jumped behind Chang'e. Then Han Qinhu used his first skill, Juvenile Tiger Capture, to imprison Chang'e in place, so that the effect of ashes flying to ashes could be fully displayed on her. At the same time, Han Qinhu's second skill, Destroy the Country, was also used. Zheng Qi's strength increased by 30%. Combined with his own strong strength attribute, this formed an overwhelming strength advantage over Chang'e. Seeing that Chang'e was surrounded by the opponent, the players of Corning would naturally not give up this powerful teammate easily. Yuan Shao rushed over with 3 players, while Enai Lily swept and responded in the back. The direct reaction at this moment was not wrong, but it lacked some consideration. Fu King sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. The main force was trapped, so of course they had to go to rescue. There was nothing wrong with the rescue method used by Yuan Shao and others. They began to throw their skills at Zheng Qi one after another. If Zheng Qi was killed, Chang'e would naturally be able to move and avoid the attack of ashes flying into smoke. As long as Chang'e did not stand still, the effect of ashes flying into smoke would not be directed at her alone, so she would be saved naturally. The attacks of 4 Super League players, including a God-level player, were directed at Zheng Qi at the same time. Even if Zheng Qi's attribute points were strong, he could not support it for a few seconds, and during these few seconds, Chang'e would not die. However, the next moment, Zheng Qi, who had seemed a little silent, took action. Lu Xun's ultimate move, Burning Yulin. Whether it is Zhao Yu or Lu Xun, their ultimate moves are all about setting fires. Their characteristics are wide range and great lethality. However, they also have many shortcomings. The operation time is too long and the movements are too complicated. These are all defects. However, they are always used by people, which is enough to prove the strength of these 2 moves. When these 2 ultimate moves are combined, the lethality is stronger, the range is wider, and the speed is faster. What is wind helping that fire? What is adding fuel to the fire? When the ultimate moves of the 2 most outstanding, famous, legendary, and perfect generals of the 4 heroes of the Eastern were mixed together, what is shown is stronger lethality and a stronger lethality range. When Zheng Qi added such an ultimate move, Zheng Qi's body was simultaneously emitting an extremely hot light. Han Qinhu's ultimate move, Shangqiugyo. This big move has no lethality, so it is considered a relatively useless big move, so that few people use the hero Han Qinhu. However, Zheng Qi always brings this hero with him because of the 3 skills of this hero. One can form an absolute confinement, and the other can enhance its own strength attribute by 30%. And what about the big move? It can double your physical value. This means that when you're resisting the enemy's attack, you can use this big move to resist for twice as long. So in this case, Zheng Qi held on. Not only did he hold on, but also prevented the 4 main players of Corning from retreating in time because they were attacking him. Ashes to ashes plus the burning of Yulin, 2 extremely lethal big moves, plus such blessings, not only involved Chang'e, but also Yuan Shao and the other 3 Corning players. This is a very surprising thing. After all, in the battle on the plains, it is rare for 2 big moves to have such an effect. Today, with the player's operation level and judgment ability getting stronger and stronger, this kind of big move with strong lethality and large range is often the best to use, or to force the opponent to leave the ground where he should be and clear his way forward. There are not many times when it can really play a huge lethality. After all, the players are not stupid. Knowing that the big move is lethal, why do they foolishly try to get in? Of course, they will hide if they can, but this time, these 2 skills combined to cause such a huge lethality. Whether it is the commentator or the audience in the stands, it seems normal. It's not that Yuan Shao and the others are not smart, but this situation, Fifan is also lucky, right? Niaoliwa's behavior of using a big move like that is obviously stupid, but by chance, various situations have combined, and this stupid behavior has created such a brilliant victory. With the cooperation of other teammates, 5 of Corning's main forces died at once, including the captain Yuan Shao and the attacker Chang'e. And what about Fifan? No one died, not even Zheng Qi, who seemed to be the most vulnerable to death. Su Jing used 2 timely recovery skills, and Zheng Qi was full of energy again. Seeing this situation, Anai Lily was also a little dumbfounded. What should she do now? 5 against 10? In this situation, even if Chen Feng or Tin He came, there would be no way. Anai Lily could only command her teammates to retreat, and while retreating, she would delay Fifen's attack. However, it was obvious that Fifen was not inexperienced in such a situation. They quickly launched a pursuit, trying to keep all these people in the middle. In fact, they did it. Even Zheng Qi started to chase after them after recovering his physical strength. He chased them one by one, killed one when he caught one, and then chased the others. In this way, they chased all the way to the front door of Corning. Fifen was faced with a broken bag line again. 4 Corning players were killed on the way. Only Anai Lily retreated, but she had already overdrawn a lot. With the 5 players who returned to the field, the 6-man defense line was still a big problem. So, Fifen broke through Corning's defense line with 1 charge. Although Niaoliwa and Zheng Qi's 2 large-scale skills were still on cooldown, the others also brought some extra skills. Several large-scale skills opened the way and quickly broke through Corning's gate. Corning's loss of the ball was decided from the beginning. They lost half of their players in that confrontation, and Fifen is not a team that can't attack. Naturally, they easily broke through the opponent's defense. The commentator sighed and said, Fifen was very lucky. It was obviously a reckless shot, but it turned into a wonderful cooperation. Corning's reaction was still a little slow. In that situation, the coach should have given instructions immediately. If Yuan Shao and others chose to retreat at the time, although 1 or 2 players would still die, all 5 of them would not leave the field, which directly led to the subsequent disadvantage. Now Fifen is leading. What will they do next? Chapter 434. Getting better and better. Luck. Don't be ridiculous. How could this be luck? Shin Ruofei looked at the game that had resumed, and couldn't help shaking his head. It's not luck, it's a very sophisticated tactical design, but how did they know that Chang'o would do that? Wen Xiang said in a somewhat strange tone. It should be a collision, but looking at Fifen's reaction and response, is this luck? Impossible. Lu Xiaoshan said with finality. The judgments made by the 3 of them are rarely wrong, and this time is no exception. We have been training various tactics, including training on branch details, for several months, and finally there are some results. Meng Fan sighed and said in the stance, they have been really hard during this period. Yes, half a day to fight for the boss, half a day to train, and the content of the training is very much. I heard that the training intensity of the Super League teams is not as high as ours. Lu Li said. They are young, obedient, and have potential, so they can train like this. In general Super League teams, at least half of the players are veterans. For veterans and players in their prime, hard training is already a burden. What they have to do is to maintain their condition, so they can't train like this, but our people can train like this. Meng Fan smiled slightly. Then we don't have to train like this next time. The pressure of the Super League is quite high. Wei Jiangshan thought for a while and said, no, we have to train harder. Our goal is not just to play in the Super League, we have higher goals, so naturally we need to work harder. Meng Fan smiled slightly. Wei Jiangshan and Sui Qingfeng looked at each other and began to mourn for the extraordinary players, but think about it, except for a few older players, the extraordinary players are all young players in their 20s. Such players are very malleable. If they don't train hard for a few years, when they're older, they won't be able to work hard even if they want to. How does the saying go? How can you get wealth without hard work? How can you see the rainbow without going through wind and rain? After losing the ball at the beginning, everyone in Corning was quite unconvinced. This is normal. No one would be unconvinced if they fell behind so badly. So they immediately launched a counterattack. For Corning's female players, they often fight back as well as men. Relying on their bravery and fighting spirit, they have created their own piece of sky in the professional arena where men gather. Now that they're ahead of Fifen, they must fight back, although they have already noticed that Fifen has indeed become better than when they met before. Such a change is not brought about by a certain person, but the overall enhancement brought about by the addition of 9 outstanding players. When they met before, Fifen had many defects and many good players, but they had no advantage over Corning's players. In addition, they were weak overall and had almost no resistance, so they were beaten to pieces by Corning. This time, Fifen has made up for the key factor of the previous loss. It will be very difficult to defeat this team, but this is not the reason why Corning is worried about this game. Can9 would not give up in the face of any opponent, not to mention that the strength shown by Fifan was not enough to suppress Can9. Attack head-on, don't rush, and compete with them as a whole, Yuan Shao said. Can9's players knocked at one after another. They were not at a disadvantage in the overall confrontation just now, but they suffered a disastrous defeat due to an accident. Now they have the ball and can take the initiative to a certain extent. Both sides moved forward very quickly, and kept the overall formation movement from being cut off by the change of terrain. Of course, the terrain changes very little at this time, and the terrain changes will become drastic in the second half of the game. Can9 did not disperse, but Fifan had to disperse. After all, you don't know which way the opponent will come from. The first attack can be predicted, and after the goal, the entire terrain has changed and has to be explored again. However, when Can9's overall formation moved to the center, it saw Fifan's players appear in the center from a distance, and then quickly gathered into a stream. They moved faster than us, Lily said in surprise. That means they are more familiar with the terrain than we are. In this case, we have to fight quickly and decisively. Yuan Shao simply said that after the second half, the terrain changes will be more dramatic, which will naturally be more advantageous for Fifan, who is familiar with the terrain. If Corning does not gain a leading advantage by then, the game will be difficult to play. It seems that Corning also understands this, but it is still a bit difficult to defeat as quickly. Meng Fan in the stands smiled slightly. Corning's players are all excellent and their offensive is quite strong, but they do not have an absolute advantage in personal ability, and their tactical weaknesses make them have a natural disadvantage that cannot be compensated when facing Fifan. Although Zhu Shan is not very famous in the entire league, his expertise in tactics can enable him to perform at a top level in Fifan. In Meng Fan's opinion, Zhu Shan is actually very suitable for Canling's head coach, but he is not very famous. He has led the team in that first-class league for several years. Although the results are okay, there is no particularly eye-catching performance. Those few attempts to impact the Super League failed, which not only brought a great blow to Canton, but also affected his personal progress. But in Fifan, he can exert all his strength. Even many tactics that he had thought about before but could not use boldly can be used very well in Fifan, because Fifan has a group of excellent players and Meng Fan, a strategic master, who can make up for some of his strategic deficiencies through guidance and discussion. Some people can appear extremely radiant in any environment, and no one can compare. Some people can only show their most beautiful light in the right environment. Zhu Shan is the latter. He needs a suitable environment to truly show his brilliance. Fifan now gives him such a suitable environment. In the head-on confrontation, Canning began to gradually fall behind. This surprised everyone in Canning, because there was no reason for it. Fifan is very good, otherwise they would not be qualified to defeat Tinhead. However, can they show an advantage over Canning under such circumstances? Is this easy to do? As mentioned before, Canning's personal ability is actually first class in the Super League. Although Canning is not as outstanding as the top 5 in terms of status, her ranking is basically guaranteed to be in the top 10, and occasionally she can impact the top 5. The best result is only 5th place, which is even worse than Lei Ting. Lei Ting, under the leadership of Ben Shikai, has once won the top 4. However, in fact, if you compare the players individually, or say that the soldiers fight against the soldiers, the generals fight against the generals, Canning's level is still above the southern Shenhuakshenfen. Perhaps only Tinhead Changfen can suppress them. The reason why the results are not particularly good is that their personnel changes are actually quite drastic. There have been outstanding young female players emerging, and then they will replace some of the old players. This has affected their results, but if we really talk about the strength of the players, they're undoubtedly among the best in the entire league. Fifan can suppress them with strength, which is indeed a very surprising thing. But this is clearly in front of everyone. Maybe we did underestimate Fifan before. Fifan's overall strength has actually been growing rapidly since the start of the second half of the league season. Defeating Tinhead is definitely not accidental. The ups and downs in the league are also the price they pay for training the team. I think I have to take back my previous evaluation. There is no suspense about Fifan entering the Super League next season. A team that can suppress Corning with personal strength will not be eliminated in the playoffs, even if the playoffs are more accidental. A commentator shouted loudly. Although this seemed a bit extreme, everyone knew that what he said was not wrong, or in other words, it was very correct. If such a team is blocked in the playoffs, there are only two possibilities. First, the whole team is pretending to lose, and second, their luck is so bad that the system map is deliberately targeting them. The latter is of course impossible, and the former, Fifen should not have the courage to play a fate match under such circumstances. After paying the price for such a long time, these guys are finally a bit decent. Their strength is just more than 700 attributes. It's a bit of a waste to give them a god-level account, but with their help, Zheng Qi and others can also show their level thoroughly, which is considered a victory. Meng Fan sighed in his heart. Of course, this statement seems a bit hurtful, but in Meng Fan's opinion, there are several people in the Fifen team whose upper limit of strength is based on their teammates. The better the teammates, the better they can perform. Especially Zheng Qi. He is not a person who can solve the opponent alone, nor a person who can lead his teammates alone, but the stronger the teammates around him, the better he can perform. Fei Fan will become more and more powerful, right? Under such circumstances, what level can you perform at? It's really exciting, Meng Fan thought silently in his heart. Over the past year or so, it is not only the new guys who have made obvious progress. Since last year, there have been several people in the team who have been making steady progress, including Su Jin, Zheng Qi, Niao. In the future, their performance will only get better and better. CS Kushanda Western Novela on Canal Distinta Mundo Fanfic Novelas, Significat Lo Descarga and Y Superan Sinisfo Sot Invitamus Cordialmente Visitar Nostro Canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 435. Can't fall behind. We are now facing a very difficult situation. Fifen is much better than we thought. They have advantages in both overall and individual confrontations. Such a team is actually a Class A team. It's really, in the locker room, and Lily couldn't help but smile bitterly while talking. Before, she didn't feel anything. She couldn't notice anything just by watching the game, but after the first half of the game, they all began to feel that the overall improvement of the opponent's strength was simply a world of difference compared to before. It's not just because the entire Fifen team is a professional player. If it's just this point, relying on Can9's own outstanding strength, they can still crush them. If it weren't for the tactics or tacit understanding, even if Nanguo came to fight Can9, it would only be crushed by Can9. Can9 has such confidence. The 9 newcomers who joined have the strength of the Super League level, because their attributes are excellent enough, but what really makes Fifen gain such an advantage is that the level of Fifen's old players has also improved by at least one level compared to the previous meeting. Among them, Zheng Qi has made the greatest progress. Not only did he maintain his previous flexible and changeable style, he was always able to find the opponent's flaws. Even in a head-on confrontation, he became even better. He had previously withstood the fierce attacks of Yuan Shao and the other 4 people, and still controlled Chanda firmly in place. This was a clear proof. In such a situation, it was not only the appropriateness of the skill selection, but also a test of a player's fighting spirit and courage. It's meaningless to talk about what has happened, it's really unfavorable for us now, but it's also an opportunity for us to train ourselves. Fifen is only slightly stronger than us in overall strength. In fact, they still suppress us in tactics and other aspects. We need to train more in this area. Now our lineup has gradually stabilized. If we want to achieve results, we have to work hard in this area. We can ignore the outcome of this game, but it is a good opportunity to train us. Do you understand? Yuan Shao said calmly. The captain is right. Our team is now stable. There are no outstanding players among the newcomers. The female players we like have a high status in the team and are difficult to recruit. So now we need to strive for results, make up for our weaknesses. I will study more about tactics, and you should get used to listening to my instructions before going to the game. Fu King nodded and said. The players of Corning nodded one after another. They all knew that Corning had not put much effort in this aspect in the past. The main reason was that they wanted to train the players' personal abilities through such practices. After all, in the face of difficult situations, the personal abilities of each player can be fully exerted. In this regard, their approach is no different from that of Fifen before, but for some reasons, they did not do it as extreme as Fifen, and the effect was not as good as Fifen. After accumulating enough strength, of course, we have to start improving in other aspects and strive for some decent owners. This is what every team will do. Let's start with this game. The opponent is a good opponent. Fu King said at last. In the first half, Corning's situation was really bad. Before the end of the first half, they were 2 goals behind. In the second half, the venue would obviously be more complicated, so their chances of winning the game would be the lowest. In this case, they found another goal so that the whole team would not be affected too much. As for losing to the A-level team, it would not affect them now. At this point in the game, everyone with a discerning eye knew that Fifen was a team that was capable of at least hitting the top 10 even in the Super League. Is it really embarrassing to lose to such a team? Impossible. So, in the second half of the game, Corning began to pay more attention to the confrontation of tactical details, make more accurate judgments on the map, and collect some information. Have they given up? Luli couldn't help asking. Corning's current performance made her realize that something was wrong. This is not giving up, but their goals for this game have changed. This approach may seem shameful, but it is actually very wise. Corning has accumulated a lot of experience for a long time and needs to make some changes. Mengfan frowned. If this goes on, it will take less than a year, maybe next season, or the season after next, Corning will become one of Fifen's biggest opponents. Who was the biggest opponent before? Luli couldn't help but ask curiously. What Butler meant was that Corning should not be Fifen's opponent in the Super League in the future. So in Butler mind, who are Fifen's opponents in the Super League? Zheng Qi at the peak of his form, Chinhead after adjustment, and Nangguo steadily rising. Butler said here and suddenly shook his head. Nangguo is not certain. They should have some problems internally, otherwise Chenlin would not come to our club. Yes, Chenlin is such an outstanding player, he was easily abandoned by them. What happened inside Nangguo? Can't Liu Shibo protect his little brother? Sui Qingfeng nodded quickly. There must be problems internally. Even if Liu Shibo is a young player that Chen Fei is optimistic about, Sun Fei may not think so. Wei Jiangshan also agreed with Sui Qingfeng's opinion. We are just guessing now, but looking at the performance of Nangguo this year, there are indeed some problems. Mengfan replied. Uncle Meng, are you so confident in us? Luli couldn't help asking. What reason do we have not to have confidence in our future? Mengfan smiled slightly. Luli, Wei Jiangshan and Sui Qingfeng were silent at the same time. They really didn't know what to say to such a thing. Instead, Zhu Wuqiu nodded thoughtfully, and then heaved a sigh of relief happily. Being able to beat Canning like this, I really didn't expect that one day that team I support would be able to reach such a level. Brother Meng, I believe in your judgment. In the Super League next year, the opponents who can stop us are nothing more than a few. Zhu Wuqiu patted his thigh and said. Of course, but we still need to improve, not only the first-line team, but also that guild. Our guild is still lacking some backbone forces. If the guild can have more outstanding players, the first-line team members will not have to overdraw too much energy in the process of fighting for the boss, and the progress may be faster. Mengfan smiled. Well, this is a problem, but we used to be a small guild, and there were not many such good players. Canton Guild couldn't keep such good players in the past. Now, I can try to contact some of those I know, hoping to make up for it. Zhu Wuqiu thought for a while and said. Well, it would be good to attract more people, but there is no need to force it. Such good players need time and the attraction of the club to accumulate. In fact, there are many such good players in the management of Canton. As long as they are willing to work harder, then our problem is not that big. Mengfan looked at Zhu Wuqiu and laughed. Zhu Wuqiu looked a little embarrassed. It's okay. Actually, everyone can understand this. Wei Jiangshan patted Zhu Wuqiu on the shoulder. We can understand that those old guys can't figure it out and are slacking off. But now the club is in such a good situation, and the first team will have a heavy task next. They should also understand the club's difficulties, right? I know, don't worry, I was a little embarrassed before. If there are still professional players like this in the future, then they should be fired and demoted. I won't be soft-hearted anymore. Zhu Wuqiu nodded heavily. As long as we work together, there will be no obstacles that we can't overcome. We have come this far from nothing. What else is there to be afraid of? Zheng Qi and I both have a long-term dream. We are not far away from this dream. We are moving towards that dream at a speed that we didn't expect before. Now, we really can't be dragged down by others. Mengfan laughed and said softly. Zhu Wuqiu nodded. Don't worry, the name of the Fifen Canton Guild alone is enough to prove that Fifen has done nothing wrong to the former Canton. It's been almost a year since I started to act pretentiously. If you continue to act pretentiously, you are not worthy of any patience. When Zhu Wuqiu said this, his expression was extremely firm. Fifan's current situation is much better than the previous Cancun. Not to mention that nearly half of Fifan's first-line team are former Cancun players, not to mention that half of the Fifan Cancun Guild is now composed of former Cancun guilds. Even if those people are now signed with the Fifan Cancun Guild and are paid by the Fifan Club, they should also pay more, even if they are just continuing their previous contracts with Cancun. Because of their feelings for Cancun, they received much less salary than in other clubs, but this is not a reason for them to slack off. If people continue to slack off like this, they will be useless. Just for this reason, Zheng Qi also felt that he should warn those guys that even if they are pretentious, there must be a limit. The club gave them time before, and now it is time for them to pay something new. Seeing the Fifan players and Corning players not losing out in the competition, Zheng Qi didn't say much, but deep in his heart, he had already made such a decision. If a team wants to reach the top, it is never just the first team's business, the performance of the entire club is crucial. Fifan is no exception. Chapter 436. You can't be famous this way. This China Cup semi-final, which was watched by many people, ended in a way that was extremely surprising. Fifan led by 2 goals in the first half, which was surprising enough. What was even more surprising was that in the second half of the game, Can9 was more entangled with Fifan in the midfield and had various tactical confrontations with Fifan. Although in such a confrontation, Can9's female players showed an extremely outstanding level and hit some advantages, they still failed to score. In the final analysis, the game of the football era still depends on goals to decide the outcome. In such a situation, Can9 had more tactical and confrontational competitions with Fifan. Isn't it putting the cart before the horse? And the final defeat also proved this point. I admire you. You actually used us to train your troops. Zheng Qi couldn't help but say when shaking hands with the opposing captain Yuan Shao after the game. What I admire is not Can9's approach, but their courage. As a team that has not entered the semi-finals of the China Cup in nearly 10 years, even if they knew that it was almost impossible to win in the second half, they should have fought to the end. However, Corning chose another way, temporarily sacrificing this seemingly very important game for the future. This may be an act of escape, but it is extremely calm and rational. For the future victory and the opportunity to impact glory, they gave up this game, even at the risk of causing huge controversy. This is what Zheng Qi admires. It's no big deal. Anyway, in the eyes of many people, we're just a group of women with no ambitions. Yuan Shao smiled slightly. There is a hint of bitterness in this smile, which the young Zheng Qi may not be able to see, but for everyone in Corning, this is an extremely helpless thing. They want to win owners and reach the top. Corning has such a tradition. They have always been a strong team in that top league and have maintained it for decades. When the professional competition of the football era was first implemented, not to mention a team basically composed of women, even the number of female players can be said to be few. Although some female players also have great fame and outstanding records in the mid area of the time, due to some reasons that can be said or cannot be said, when the clubs formed teams, they would first invite those top male players, thinking that they are more reliable. This situation has lasted for decades until a female player came out of nowhere and created her own sky and the world belonging to male players. As the top player, captain and core, the female player led the team to win the league championship that year, and later had a series of outstanding achievements and high-value owners. Although she did not win the 5-time champion, she almost dominated an era. That female player was the first female player in the history of the football era to play an important role in the game, and the team she led was called Corning. After that, the status of female players gradually began to improve in the football era, and Corning also began to become the object that countless female players wanted to join. With such a wide selection of materials, Corning successfully became a traditional strong team and never fell out of the Super League. Although there has never been such an era, there will always be 1 or 2 league championships or cup championships in every decade. After all, the gap between professional competitions in the football era is not that big. As a traditional strong team, it is not difficult for Corning to win a championship. However, this decade is not a good thing for Corning. They still have many outstanding players, and they are not inferior to any time in previous years. However, compared with previous years, their opponents are different. Meng Fifan and Chen Feng were indeed powerful back then, but they were only 3 years of incomparable glory. After the defeat, Meng Fifan disappeared from the public eye, and Chen Feng could not support the overall situation alone. The league once again entered an era of heroes rising together. It was easy for Corning to grab 1 or 2 championships. And now, 1 Lu Xiaoshan is not enough, and there is also Li Qing's. 1 Chengfeng is not enough, there is also Tinhe. Although Yuan Shao has confidence in herself and Can 9, they are also clearly aware that they have no hope of winning when facing these two abnormal teams. Moreover, if there is a strong team pressing on your head, you can still hope that it will have some problems or capsize in the gutter. If there are two strong teams pressing on your head, the feeling is different. If one collapses, there is still another one to take over. Yuan Shao is a very open-minded person. If he is not open-minded, he can't become a god-level player. Of course, this statement is not quite right. After all, not every god-level player is very open-minded, but Yuan Shao is such a woman with a temperament that is not inferior to men. She doesn't take her own gains and losses too seriously, but if she can't win a championship for Can 9 in her career, she will regret her career. No matter what championship it is, it's good to win one. After all, there are no championships with insufficient gold content these days, so wonder this premise. After finding that there is no way to win this championship, Corning began to use this half of the game to exercise the team's tactical ability and familiarize themselves with the map. They have been doing these things all the time, waiting for the opportunity when Zheng Qi starts to decline from its peak and Team Head has not yet risen again, and strive to win a championship. I hope you can get what you want, but it's best to succeed in 1 or 2 years. Zheng Qi said sincerely. Why 1 or 2 years? Yuan Shao was stunned for a moment. Because at most 1 or 2 years, we will rise, and then all the championships will be extraordinary for us. Zheng Qi said as a matter of course. Yuan Shao was stunned again, and then laughed dumbly. Whatever you say is what it is, young people. Yuan Shao's face, which was no longer young but still beautiful, showed a tolerant smile, and then turned and left. You too, you have to do your best in the future. Didn't you see that the little guy is so ambitious? Yuan Shao said to Anai Lily and Chang'e beside him. Ambition? I think you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The future world belongs to Corning, not to this Zheng Qi who suddenly appeared. Anai Lily is a very beautiful girl, she said very seriously. Well, with the captain and vice-captain, and more importantly, with me, next year will be the time for us to rise. Chang'e waved his fist. Even if Team He may rise next year, Zheng Qi will definitely slack off after winning the 5 championships, or even fall apart. If we did win Xiang over, the championship will definitely be won. You think too simply. When Xiang is about to marry Lu Xiaoshan, right? Is she likely to leave? Anai Lily laughed. It's not uncommon for a couple to not be in the same team, isn't our old senior? Chang'e muttered. Even Yuan Shao was speechless now. The female player who opened a new era in Corning and was recognized as the greatest female player in the history of the Chinese Football League was already married when she joined Corning. Her husband was the main player of another traditional strong team. Her husband always wanted her to leave Corning, a team with no future, and join his team. However, the female player did not agree to her husband's request and insisted on staying in Corning. When her husband's team won the league and cup championships that year, everyone laughed at the female player. However, in the second year, the female player grew into Corning's #1 player and helped Corning win the cup championship that year. In the third year, she won the league and cup championships. If the Intercontinental Cup and the World Cup were not mature at the time, and there was no such thing as a 5-time champion, then she would have a high chance of hitting such an honor. Later, when someone interviewed her, the female player smiled and said that she was very confident in herself, but if she was in the same team with her husband, it would be difficult for her to get a position in Corning, and that would prevent her from fully exerting her talent. Her husband also believed that his wife was indeed much better than him, and being with him would only hinder her performance. Now when Chang'e used this example, Yuan Shao and Anai Lily really didn't know what to say, and could only mess up Chang'e's short hair. Fei Fan was very good, we have used all our strength, but still didn't win the game, and we have nothing to say about the result of the game. This year's China Cup has nothing to do with us, we will strive to achieve good enough results in the remaining leagues. Yuan Shao said calmly at the press conference after the game. After Yuan Shao said this, the others had nothing to ask. Although the reporters wanted to ask why Can 9 was only concerned with fighting with Fifan in the second half, they generally did not dare to ask a god-level player such a technically demanding question. What if their vision was too poor and they did not see the mystery and got slapped in the face? This was also a painful lesson the reporters had learned. It was not like there were no reporters who liked to give advice like this in the past, but it was not a good feeling to be slapped in the face by god-level players with bad tempers and sharp words. The players who lost the game were often in a bad mood, and when they found that hitting back at the reporters could make them happy, the reporters were in a miserable state, so the reporters could only turn around and ask Zheng Qi how he felt at the moment. Of course I am very happy. Defeating Canning proves that we had the ability to gain a foothold in the Super League. This is the most important thing. Who will be the opponent in the final? I don't care now. We have 2 playoff games next. We have to win those 2 games first, and then we can concentrate on the China Cup final. Can we win? How can I say now, but I remember that the runner-up of the cup can also participate in the Super Cup, right? If the cup and league champions are the same team, that's good, so we can start to fight for the 5 championships next year. Zheng Qi's words made everyone speechless. This is too much bragging, right? Not even in the Super League, and you want to fight for the 5 championships? Brother, what are you thinking? This is not the way to become famous. Chapter 437 No Flaws. Although they were speechless about what Zheng Qi said at the press conference, the reporters still reported Zheng Qi's words. Even if the news was eye-catching, the reporters would report it even if it could help the other party gain popularity. It would benefit both parties, wouldn't it? Most people laughed when they saw the news. Fifan, a team that is still in the first-class league, was able to win to the final of the China Cup. In such a state of ecstasy, it was normal to say something too much. After all, their captain Zheng Qi was just a young man in his early 20s. The professional players of the football era were different from those esports players back then. Even if their age was more in line with the rules of those professional football players, they were still able to gain a foothold in their early 20s, and at the age of 25, they were in their prime. At the age of 30, they would be considered veterans in the industry of eating the rice of youth. It was normal for their mature thinking to fail to keep up with the improvement of their status. As long as it was not an obviously brain-dead practice, the public would generally be more tolerant. What's more, everyone was surprised that Fifan entered the final of the China Cup. If Zheng Qi said something else, they would not mind it. When Zheng Qi heard the news, everyone was stunned. They want to launch an attack next year. Isn't it too early? When Xiang said, looking at their performance, they are not good enough to challenge us. Shinrofei said, defeat Nangguo first, and then wait for them to come. Lu Xiaoshan said simply. Zheng Qi did not underestimate Fifan, but they did not think that Fifan was qualified to attack them now. Although they defeated Tinhe and Kangning, 2 strong teams, along the way, Fifan had no chance to fight against them in that China Cup final. Zheng Qi has now won 3 championships, the league won 5 rounds in advance, the Super Cup and the East Asian Cup have been won, and they are only 2 away from the 5-time champion. China Cup, World Cup. They won the World Cup twice before, and now they have to be even better, and it won't be a big problem to win the World Cup. In this case, Amir Fifan wants to stop Zheng Qi's iron hoof. It's a bit of a joke, but Fifan didn't actually consider the issue of the China Cup final at this time. After celebrating for a long time, they continued to start hard training. Zhu Shan and Meng Fan did not explain this, and the Fifan players did not ask. They did not think it was time to relax, as they had not yet obtained the quota for the Super League. Of course, for the outside world, this was no longer a problem. If they only defeated Tinhe occasionally, it might still be a matter of luck, but they defeated Tinhe first, then Kangning, and in a relatively fair situation, and they did not lose to Kangning. With such a level, who can doubt it? At least, Hong Yuan has no fighting spirit now. They had a good start this year, but they were defeated by Chongsao in the league and failed to get the first place in the first class. In the last round, they were defeated by Fifan at home, and they did not even get the second place, and they slipped directly to the third place. Slipping to the third place is fine, but the opponent in the first game of the playoffs became the 8th Fifan. God, is this playing a joke on us? It is said that the boss of Hong Yuan has smashed a lot of precious porcelain at home, just because he feels that his luck is too bad. He has such a way of spending money, but he encounters bad luck every year. Shi Yonfei was just as depressed as he was. As I said before, Shi Yonfei came to Hong Yuan not just for money. No matter how rich the boss of Hong Yuan was, he could only make up for his economic losses in the first-class league. How much subsidy could he get? The reason why Shi Yonfei left the strong team Tianlong and joined the first-class team was not for money. It was because of status. In Tianlong, Shi Yonfei would never be the top player, even if he was a god-level player. But after coming to Hong Yuan, with the financial support of Hong Yuan, after this team entered the Super League, even if the status was not as high as Tianlong, it would not be much worse. Being the top player in such a team is of course much more comfortable than being the second person in Tianlong. This is the most critical reason why Shi Yonfei chose to join Hong Yuan. But now, not to mention that other people in Hong Yuan have no confidence, even Shi Yonfei himself no longer has any confidence. He is a God-level player, but how many God-level players does Kang have? How many God-level players does Teen have? Why does he dislike Kang? It was because when they were in Tianlong, Kang and Tianlong were each other's biggest rivals, and every time he met Kang's women would make him look humiliated. As for Teen, that was a team on another level, and he had no right to hate them. Now that both teams were eliminated by Fifan, did his Hong Yuan really have the ability to deal with Fifan? If they had won Fifan at home in the last round of the league, Xi Yongfei would still have the fighting spirit to deal with this game, but the facts of that game also reduced Xi Yongfei's fighting spirit by an unknown amount. As Butler Menk said before Fifan's match against Kang, if Fifan lost this game, Hong Yuan's fighting spirit would still remain very strong, but if Fifan won, Hong Yuan would lose all fighting spirit. Meng Fan was not good at specific tactics, but his overall judgment and strategic vision were first class. If he thought so, then it would definitely be true. Therefore, even though Hong Yuan had rested for a week, and even though Fifan had just fought a very important battle with Kang, and only rested for 3 days before welcoming Hong Yuan in the game, Hong Yuan still acted weak, while Fifan acted lightly, as if the rest time of both sides was switched. This game drew an ordinary map, which theoretically should be more advantageous to Hong Yuan, but in the game, Hong Yuan still did not seize this opportunity. Fifan only did one thing in the first half, that is, defensa, and then explored the terrain everywhere. Then in the second half, they began to counter-attack and beat Hong Yuan to pieces. Hong Yuan, who had been ranked second for quite a long time and fell to third in the last round, was eliminated by Fifan, who ranked 8th, in the first round of the playoffs. Fifan's next opponent is Bailuo, who ranks 4th in the league. They had previously defeated Aoxao, who ranked 7th, but with the level that Fifan has shown now, no one believes that Bailuo can create such a miracle. The schedule of the playoffs is very strict, with one match every 3 days, divided into 2 divisions, and 1 week can decide which of the last 2 places to enter the Super League belongs to. The suspense of the playoffs was originally quite large. After all, there are always many accidental situations in a single elimination match. Therefore, although the level of the playoffs of the A-level league is not very high, it still presents many classic events. But this year, because of Fifan, at least in this half of the division, there is no suspense in the playoffs. After defeating Hong Yuan, Fifan only took a short break for 3 days and defeated Bailuo in the playoff finals. This game drew a more complicated map. Fifan performed well from top to bottom and defeated Bailuo, who ranked 4th, and proved one thing again: if Fifan did not have many problems to solve in the first half of the season, Chongqing would not have won the A-level championship. They are indeed better than us, but we had rich experience. I look forward to playing against Fifan in the Super League next year. Zhongxiao's captain Wei Yu avoided this question when he was interviewed. Compared to Fifan's success, the other half of the league was almost ignored. Even though the runner-up in Chuan won 2 games in a row and won the last Super League spot, the major media only reported it briefly and then began to focus on tracking Fifan's reports. It's not that they are fickle or snobbish, but now Fifan is indeed the only one that the media can pursue. The playoffs are over, and the Super League spots have been settled. In the Super League, the relegated teams and the championship teams have already appeared in advance. The last 2 rounds of the league are not much different from a formality. There is no suspense in the Super League and the First Division League. Do we have to look for exciting games in amateur competitions? But after Fifan's wonderful performance in the amateur competition last year, there are no outstanding teams in this year's amateur league. In this case, what will be the most concerned game before the World Cup starts? In addition to the China Cup final, what else is there? The most powerful Chengfen has won 3 championships and entered the finals of the China Cup. In the semi-finals, they defeated Nanguo. Although Nanguo put up an excellent resistance, they were still defeated by Chengfen because of the gap between offensa and defensa. Now Chengfen only needs to win the China Cup Championship to be able to participate in the World Cup in the best condition. This year's World Cup may be very difficult. After all, in Europe, North America, and South America, it is said that there are several extremely outstanding players who have become quite strong after a year of training. However, in Chengfen's view, the World Cup champion must belong to them. And the glory of the 5-time champion must also belong to them. This is not some unreasonable thinking, but it is determined by their self-confidence and the strong strength they possess. The current Chengfen is the most powerful Chengfen, at least so far, it is the most powerful. The breaker has strong players such as Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan, the tactical organization called has Wen Xiang and He Jin, and there are a group of outstanding players with strength to assist. Such a luxurious configuration is not even available in the South Country back then. Such an outstanding team has enough confidence, shouldn't it? Overall, this is a team without any flaws and deserves unprecedented owners. Chapter 438. Really amazing without any flaws. That's a bit of an exaggeration. No team can truly be without any flaws. Uncle Meng, I think what you said is correct nonsense. Oh? Why? Absolute perfection does not exist in this world, but if you can surpass everyone else, then you are perfect. Just like a strong team, there is indeed no team that is without any flaws, but if they're strong enough to dominate the entire team, then relatively speaking, they are perfect. Uncle Meng, we live in a relative world, not an absolute world. Hey, have you read the theory of relativity recently? No, is this what the theory of relativity talks about? Oh, I'm just talking casually, I haven't read it either. What you said makes sense, but relative strength is still not as good as absolute strength. If they are just relatively strong, it means that they still have weaknesses. Having weaknesses means there are places that can be exploited, and that's where we can find ways to defeat them. Really? But other teams have never grasped their weaknesses. Just because other teams can't grasp it doesn't mean we can't. No team has as many outstanding players as we do. Although we still have a lot of potential that needs time to be developed, it's not difficult to surprise Fifan in a certain game. Really? I can't believe it. When did you become so timid? It's not that I'm timid. I hope Uncle Meng can convince me. I really don't want Zheng to win the 5 championships, although it seems a bit sorry to Brother Fei to say this. I still hope that the first team to win the 5 championships is us. Then go to the game. Well, Fifan does have a lot of good players, but the key is those 4 people, Lu Xiaoshan, Shen Fei, Wen Xiang, and He Jing. No matter how high the level of others is, they are just role players and cannot determine the overall situation of the game. Do we have such players? Aren't you one? I'm a little flattered. Are you still embarrassed? I mainly feel that I can't beat the 4 of them alone. You think too much. No one expects you to beat 4 alone. I still don't have confidence. Although you can't beat 4 alone, your teammates are better than theirs. Those are all Zheng's main players. Except for Shen Fei and He Jing, Zheng hasn't had a blood transfusion for a long time. Playing too many games, it is easy to fall into a fixed mindset. In a fixed environment, with a strong teammate like Lu Xiaoshan, Zheng's other players, they don't have the flexible thinking they had in the past, and this is where we can take advantage of it. It sounds like it makes sense. So train well, this final will be a very important game. There is only one game to play this year, so you have to prepare well. For this game, Fengking and the others have been preparing for a full month, and they started preparing before we eliminated Canning. Like against Team Head. That's right. Recalling the chat with Bartolomeng yesterday, Zheng Qi suddenly felt very happy. He had been looking forward to this final for a long time. When Zheng invited him, Zheng Qi couldn't say that he was not moved. In fact, at the time, he could be said to be quite moved. After all, that was Zheng, a team that was qualified to challenge the 5-time champion, and at the time Zheng had not yet hit the 5-time champion. If he went, he would very likely become the first member of the 5-time champion. This attraction was incomparable. In addition, including the treatment and status in the team offered by Zheng, it can be said that they were quite sincere. Few people could resist such temptation. But Zheng Qi resisted it. It was not because he regarded money as dung, nor because he did not understand what Zheng's invitation meant at the time, but because in Zheng Qi's heart, he was not willing to do it. He didn't know why he was unwilling, but Zheng Qi was born to be a person who liked to act according to his own will. If he felt unhappy or felt bad, he would not do it. So after thinking about it for a night, he found that he still couldn't convince himself, so he chose to reject Zheng and concealed the matter. The reason for rejecting Zheng was not because he knew how much Shen Fei wanted this opportunity, nor was it that he wanted to help others. In the final analysis, there was only one reason, that is, he didn't want to. Because he didn't want to, he didn't do it. Because he didn't want to, he didn't want Shen Fei to know that he rejected Zheng so that Shen Fei got the opportunity. He didn't want Shen Fei to be grateful, because this was not a decision made for Shen Fei. Whether he wanted to create an era with his own abilities or he didn't like the Zheng team, Zheng Qi rejected Zheng, but it didn't mean that he didn't want to have a good fight with Zheng in the game. Zheng Qi was not unfamiliar with Zheng. Before the formation of the Extraordinary Club, Zheng Qi had dealt with Zheng in the Mythology Zone. Although Shen Fei rushed out to fight Lu Xiaoshan in that fight with Zheng Zheng Qi, who watched all the singles, kept simulating the scene of his fight with Lu Xiaoshan in his mind. To fight, of course, you have to fight the strongest player in the league. Zheng Qi and Shen Ruofei have the same kind of proud or arrogant thinking. They are both equally proud in their bones, but Shen Ruofei's pride is obvious to everyone, while Zheng Qi's pride is not so easily revealed. It is well known that the best players in the league are Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's. Li Qing's is a player who tends to be a support player. Although everyone knows that Li Qing's can sometimes play well at critical moments, he is not as good as Lu Xiaoshan, who has always been able to play well. So when Zheng Qi was watching Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan fight, his hands reached, so much so that he wanted to rush out and give Lu Xiaoshan a good fight. However, because of Shen Ruofei, he gave up the opportunity to fight with Lu Xiaoshan. After forming a club and forming the Four Pests alliance with Kangping and other clubs, he went to find trouble with Changfeng. Although there were other sufficient reasons for Zheng Qi, there was only one reason, that is, to be able to fight with Lu Xiaoshan and Changfeng's teams. Although he lost miserably every time he played, Zheng Qi was very happy. He didn't care about the outcome, but every time he could feel that he could force Changfeng to use more tricks to win. This is also very important. His teammates were not strong enough before, or there were not enough strong teammates, so Changfeng could easily defeat his team. After his team really started to become strong, Fifan no longer had the opportunity to compete with Changfeng. So until now, Zheng Qi did not have a clear understanding of the overall strength of his team. Now, he began to be sure that even if his teammates could not reach the point of being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Changfeng, at least they could be close to Changfeng. If they did not have this level of ability, they would not have eliminated Can9 and Tin He. Can9 is a team that can be close to Changfeng in terms of personal quality, and Tin He is a super strong team that can once be on par with Changfeng. Although Tin He is temporarily in a period of decline in strength this year due to various reasons, they are still the team closest to Changfeng. Fifan's victory over them is enough to prove that the teammates around Zheng Qi have grown enough. Hey, Brother Fei, I'm going to surprise you in the game in 2 days. Zheng Qi thought to himself, and when he thought about it, a funny smile began to appear on his face. Boss, you'll look so ugly when you smile like this. Li Gerui glanced at Zheng Qi and said. Really? Did I smile? Zheng Qi was stunned. Yes, I smiled, and it was a very obscene smile. Yuan Feng replied. That's probably because I felt sincere joy when I thought about challenging the strongest opponent this season. I am such a person who regards challenging strong opponents as my life. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. I have a new understanding of your shamelessness. Zheng Shu looked at Zheng Qi with contempt. Shouldn't we have a deep understanding of it a long time ago? Niaohua said with a smile. You really don't know me. I'm really looking forward to this game. Zheng Qi waved his fist. Do you think we have achieved some remarkable results this season? It is quite remarkable. Zheng Shu nodded. In the A-League, we have already won the quota to enter the Super League. As a club that has only been established for 2 years, we have made 3 major steps in 2 years. Next year, we will be able to show our level in the top league. Don't you think we are amazing? Zheng Qi said loudly. Yes. The extraordinary players began to wave their fists. Although they could despise Zheng Qi in various ways at ordinary times, at this time, they would not have any other reaction. We also defeated 4 Super League teams in the China Cup and entered the finals. We became the first A-League team to enter the China Cup finals in the past 30 years. Isn't it even more amazing? Zheng Qi continued to shout. That's right. Very, very amazing. The extraordinary players continued to shout. In this case, should we go one step further and strive to win a national championship to prove that we are more amazing than all the amazing ones? Zheng Qi shouted for the 3rd time. Of course, we have entered the finals. If we don't fight for a championship, will we aim for the runner-up? The fighting spirit of the extraordinary players was all mobilized at this moment. Not only because of Zheng Qi's roar that was enough to shape their hearts, but also because this matter was enough to make any man's blood boil. Even if we have to fight, we must strive to win this championship. Chapter 439. No need for extra stimulation for Fifan. This championship made them extremely eager, because it was an honor they had never had the chance to challenge. Of course, Fifan, which had only been established for 2 years, was not qualified to challenge any decent owners, and they had already won all the owners they could get in 2 years, which was already quite remarkable, but the China Cup championship was still what they extremely desired. This was of course beyond doubt. After all, there were actually very few national championships that could be pursued in the current era of professional football. In fact, there were also very few before, and the championship was always something that only the strong teams could get. It was just that in the past, the highest level European clubs, in addition to the domestic League Cup, also had the Champions League and the UEFA Cup to play, but now there are only the Intercontinental Cup and the World Cup to play, which is relatively speaking. There are indeed fewer owners, which directly makes these owners seem more valuable. For fun, even if they won the A-League Championship, it was not something to boast about. It was enough to get a place in the Super League through the playoffs, and the honor of the Cup Championship was many times stronger than the A-League Championship. For the same reason, Chengfen could not ignore this game. The championship itself is enough to make people feel serious, not to mention that Chengfen wants to win the 5 championships this year, which is their 4th championship. We won the League Championship in advance, which is very important. It allows us to prepare for the China Cup final with more peace of mind. As long as we don't have any problems, no team can defeat us. For fun. They are a very good team, but we are not unfamiliar with them. This final may be difficult, but in the end, we will still win. Lu Xiaoshan said calmly during the interview. He was not particularly proud, but he did not seem particularly cautious. He showed the demeanor of a strong player. The media praised Lu Xiaoshan's kingly demeanor. When Tin Head encountered trouble this year, Chengfen was in its heyday and performed better and better. If the previous few years were a battle between the two pillars, then this year, Chengfen's position is high above, and no one can shake it. Even in the past few years, when Tin Head was able to confront Chengfen head-on, Chengfen was never afraid of anything. They always used the most powerful strength and the toughest attitude to face any opponent, even when facing Tin Head. Although they often suffered losses and swallowed the bitter fruit under Tin Head's tactical arrangements, they cultivated their indomitable spirit. So if we talk about strength, Chengfen in recent years is indeed stronger than Tin Head, even if Tin Head's performance seems to be a little better than theirs. Because Tin Head's tactical play has a relatively low tolerance rate, which is an advantage formed by Li Qing's tactics with great effort. A little bit of difference is a little bit of difference, and there is no room for any mistakes. Chengfen's play is relatively more generous. First, it is generous, and the other point is that the tolerance rate is relatively high. There are not so many detailed calculations, which can allow them to play better when they play to their strengths. Of course, there is no question of which is better or worse between these two styles at play. Li Qing's tactics against Tin Head are certainly due to his personality. He is helpless because he does not have very strong players at hand. If there is a Lu Xiaoshan by his side, wouldn't Li Qing want to make himself feel more relaxed? There is no such thing, so he can only work hard to grasp the details and find flaws, which allows Tin Head to get so many owners. In other words, if it were not for Li Qing's hard work in tactics, Tin Head would not be able to get these owners. It is precisely because of this characteristic that Tin Head needs more time to adjust the team during the blood exchange, while Chengfen's previous blood exchange took much less time because their tactics were not so sophisticated. And from a personal level, Han Yiming is not as good as Shen Ruofei. At the time, Chengfen only needed to let Shen Ruofei play his full strength without affecting others, without too complicated tactics, which is also what Shen Ruofei is good at. In terms of form, physical fitness and mental state, Chengfen has no problems. Having won the championship 5 rounds in advance, they can use the next games to train their troops. In fact, they did so, using the games to constantly hone themselves and adjust their form. And what about Fifan? They have been playing important games all the way, and they can't afford to relax at all. Under such circumstances, their physical and mental strength has been consumed a lot, and they are not in a particularly good state to perform. In the match against Chengfen, they are absolutely at a disadvantage. If a weak team wants to beat a strong team, it often needs to be in better condition and experience. Many factors are needed, and generally speaking, there are several situations like this. First, the strong team does not take it seriously, but the weak team takes it more seriously. Second, the strong team is dragged down by heavy games, and the weak team is conserving its energy for such a game. Third, the condition of the strong team is on a downward slope, while the condition of the weak team is going up. Fourth, the weak team has played its best points very well, but is facing the opponent's weakest point. In these points, Fifan has no advantage, but is at a disadvantage. In terms of the degree of attention, Chengfen is heading towards creating global history, and Fifan's desire is difficult to compare with Chengfen. In terms of the game, Chengfen has adjusted 4 rounds of games, but Fifan has been fighting all the way, and dare not relax in every game. It is hard to say about the state now, but Zheng Qi is so experienced that without the drag of important games, they can naturally adjust their state with ease, while Fifan can only fight one game at a time. As for the outstanding and weak points, it depends on the on-the-spot performance. In short, it is difficult for us to have more hope for Fifan. No team is as strong as Zheng Qi right now. They also have great hope of winning 5 championships this season and creating a new history. Their real test will be in the World Cup, not in the China Cup final. We can now check out the opponents in the World Cup. It is said that there are several outstanding young players in the United States, Germany and Brazil. They may cause some trouble for Zheng Qi in the World Cup. The media are looking forward to the final, but they basically do not think that Fifan will have any good performance. They are just a Class A team. Entering the final will only make it easier for Zheng Qi to win. There is even a speculation that after seeing Zheng Qi perform so well in the league, the strong teams in the Super League feel that they should give Zheng Qi some support instead of dragging them down. Although they will not play a fixed match in the China Cup, they will play that game in a training way. Losing to a Class A team like Fifan will make it easier for Zheng Qi to win, so as not to affect their performance in the World Cup. Of course, this speculation has never been made public, but only circulated on some forums, but it will also be criticized by fans at Teenhead, Kangning, Nanglo and other teams. In their opinion, how could the team they support do such a thing? Even Zheng Qi's fans do not agree with this speculation, thinking that it is an insult to the team. It seems that the whole world hopes that we will lose this game naturally, and even the fans of other teams in the Super League think so. In their opinion, even if they don't want Zheng Qi to win the 5-time championship, it should not be something that a Class A team like us can stop. Meng Fan said with a smile to Lu Li and Sui Qingfen. "You look down on me too much. I'm very angry." Sui Qingfen shouted. "It's normal to think like this. If I were them, I might think like this too," Lu Li said with a smile. "Well, it's normal to think like this, but we won't give up the game easily, or rather, we're eager to win this game." I looked at the odds of this game, and the bookmakers seem to have learned their lesson. The odds of us winning are only 1 to 7, and the odds of Zheng Qi winning are 1 to 1.5. Wei Jiangshan said with a smile. With this odds, the bookmakers will only take a little bit of money. It seems that they are not sure what the result of this game will be. We have made them suffer a lot before, and Zheng Qi's performance is so outstanding. Meng Fan laughed. "So I put all my salary this year on our team winning. Although it's only 7 times, it's still 60,000 or 70,000 if we win, enough for me to treat everyone to a drink." Wei Jiangshan laughed. "Don't make a fuss, brother Jiangshan, do you only have 10,000 salary a year? Don't think I don't know your income is the same as mine." Sui Qingfen laughed. Wei Jiangshan looked nervous. "SHH, you know my wife is very strict with me. This 10,000 yuan is my private savings. I just want to eat more meat, but my wife won't let me." "Brother Jiangshan, you are too fat. Sister-in-law is doing this for your own good," Lu Li said with a smile. "I know, but I just can't help it," Wei Jiangshan said with a bitter face. "If we can win this time, I will treat everyone to dinner, and we will eat meat together and enjoy it." "Hectares, we don't like meat as much as you do," Lu Li laughed. "I want to lose weight." At this point, Lu Li remembered something, and then asked the housekeeper Meng curiously. "Uncle Meng, if you say this in front of the first team, it can better stimulate their emotions, right? Isn't it a waste to say it to us?" Meng Fan laughed dumbly. "How could that be? This kind of stimulation is useless to them. The stimulation of the championship itself is enough to generate great fighting spirit in them. There is no need for me to add fuel to the fire. At this time, we just need to be quiet. They know what they should do." Hearing Meng Fan say this, Zhu Wuqian nodded. "You may not be clear about this. As a professional player, when you have the opportunity to win the championship, of course you have to risk your life. At this time, you really don't need any extra stimulation." Chapter 440. Fan Economy. Hey, this is the first time that fans from all over the country are watching me in a match. I'm a little nervous. When the day of the finals arrived, the Fifan players who were resting in the locker room to prepare for the next match suddenly heard Zheng Qi say this. The others laughed. This was true. Although Fifan has played many matches now, they were all limited matches, not nationwide, let alone the China Cup Championship battle, one of the 5 most important owners. A match that the national audience will pay attention to. This match is undoubtedly such a match. Even the audience who don't pay attention to the 2 participating teams will watch this final. This is what is called a national match. Compared with the final of the Yamato League, the influence of the cup final is much greater. In the past, in professional football, domestic cup matches may not have attracted attention, but if it really reached the final stage, there would still be many people paying attention, and the current cup matches are even more important. Since so many people are paying attention, won't our share of the ticket revenue be a lot? I heard that in order to support the importance of the cup competition, the league organizing committee does not draw a share of the ticket revenue for the cup competition. How much money can we get from this game? Zheng Qi continued. Everyone else was struck by lightning. Before such an important game, you actually thought about money. I didn't expect that Zheng Qi, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be so keen on money. I really misjudged you. However, after Zheng Qi said this, they really started to think about how much money they could get from this game. In the past games, the number of people who came to watch the cup finals on site would generally not be less than 50 million. Although that was because in the past few years, it was always the highly popular teams such as Chengfeng and Tianhe that had so many people, but even with a discount, this game had at least 30 million viewers watching on site. According to the revenue share, the live audience alone could bring FIFA 150 million in ticket revenue. The real income of such an important game is actually the broadcast fee. Not everyone will come to the live game, but almost everyone will not miss the opportunity to watch the live broadcast of this game. Although the income from the live broadcast is much lower, the number of viewers is much higher. No matter how much discount is given, this game will bring in hundreds of millions of yuan in income. Basically, this game can make up for all the deficits of FIFA this year, and even have a surplus. After understanding this, the FIFA players felt that it was no wonder that Zheng Qi would think of this. With so much income, he is also a major shareholder of the club, and he must have considered the financial aspects. It is normal for him to be excited. Anyway, how much is the income from this game? I will take out half of it and give everyone bonuses. I know that everyone is relatively poor this year. If we win this game, we can get rich. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said loudly. Damn, so generous. Everyone was stunned. Usually, this guy is reluctant to treat everyone to a meal, but this time he is so generous. But think about the bonus that FIFA received after winning the championship and entering the A-League last year. Zheng Qi also directly took out all the bonus and distributed it to all the members of the first team. There is a precedent for this. Zheng Qi is not a stingy person. Don't be too much. I won't share that bonus for entering the Super League with you. I will also share a share with the professional players at the time. Zheng Qi added. FIFA's players have no objection to this. After all, they all know that if they share half of the income from this game, it will be enough for them to earn more than almost all the A-League players. After all, it is a huge fortune that the super teams will envy. With this reward, their income can basically balance with some newcomers in the Super League. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Although FIFA is still a new club and seems a bit rough, it is also quite strong in terms of human touch. It is also a very interesting thing to continue to stay in such a club. Immediately, many FIFA players thought so, but they did not show it. For professional players, it is a very ridiculous thing to say forever. Players will choose clubs, and clubs will also choose players. Although the frequency of staff turnover in the football-era clubs is not as high as that of the past professional clubs, it will always happen. The staff of a club is not particularly stable. If you rashly say that it will be forever, you will easily be slapped in the face. All they want now is to play this game well. Before this game is played, they are destined to have a lucrative income, but this does not mean that the income comes easily. How many teams can enter the cup finals? In the past 5 years, apart from them, there are only 2 teams, Chengfeng and Tianhe. And even in the semi-finals, the attention is definitely not as high as the finals. Now they get such a lucrative income because of their previous hard work in the game. With the first 6 cakes as a cushion, this half cake can make them full. Of course, the extraordinary players are not stupid enough to not know this. Similarly, the next final is also a good opportunity for them to become famous. If they can perform better in the game against Chengfeng, plus the advantage of playing in the Super game soon, they may be able to get sponsorship contracts, and it is a sponsorship contract that is more lucrative than that of ordinary newcomers. This is very important. Every year, 3 teams return to the Super League, and 3 teams are relegated. Generally speaking, the sponsorship contracts of the players of the relegated teams will be automatically terminated or reduced by more than half. After all, businesses will give a large number of sponsorship contracts because the competition has enough exposure. The popularity of the A-League is much smaller than that of the Super League, so the sponsorship amount will naturally be reduced. The teams going to the Super League, whether they've played in the Super League before or not, are regarded as new teams. Of course, such new teams can also get a lot of lucrative income, because they will play against popular teams in every game. In this way, the popularity brought by sponsorship cannot be underestimated. However, after all, they rely on popularity, and these teams do not have much support themselves. Therefore, compared with the mid- and lower-level teams that have been in the Super League for a long time, their players will receive at least 30% less sponsorship income, and compared with the players of strong teams, it is more than half less. It is normal for newcomers to suffer losses. After all, the merchants do not know what kind of strength you have, how you will perform in the league with strength, and how many fans you can attract. This is very important. Fan economy is fan economy, and the fan economy in football era cannot be hyped up by hype, but by hard power. Almost every fan is a participant in football era. Even if their vision is not very high, they will not misjudge what they want to see. Any player, as long as he has strength, no matter what position he plays, no matter whether his style is attractive or not, will have his own group of fans. Even the most inconspicuous tank and defensive players will have tank and defensive players who understand and become their fans. In fact, the fans of this kind of niche players are more hardcore and loyal. Such popularity cannot be obtained casually. To obtain it, it depends on your performance on the big stage and your level. So in this case, FIFA is actually very advantageous. They have now stepped onto the super big stage that many super players cannot step onto throughout their careers, and they do have quite outstanding strength. In terms of operation, they have no overwhelming advantage over any professional player, but their character attributes allow them to always perform better in battle. In the world of football era, if you are better than others, you will not lack fans. It is foreseeable that as long as they perform well in this game, smart businessmen will definitely not miss such an opportunity to buy at a low price, sign contracts with them in advance, and give them more generous treatment than ordinary newcomers. The number of fans of FIFA club may not be as many as those of the older level teams, but as long as they perform well, the speed of attracting fans will be extremely fast. Of course, it is impossible that all of the billion players are die-hard fans of the top clubs. In fact, the number of die-hard fans is always relatively rare. It is very remarkable that 1/10 of the billion players are die-hard fans of each club. The other players are basically more Buddhist. They watch whichever team is good-looking and support whichever player is popular. If a new team has achieved results, it will be easier to attract fans, which also leaves room for all teams to survive. For the sake of that future and glory, the extraordinary players will definitely perform well in this game. Let's go, Zheng Qi. It's not like we haven't played before. Zheng Qi waved his arms and said. The extraordinary players answered in unison, and then followed Zheng Qi and walked out of the locker room together. The starters were ready to enter the field, and the substitutes went directly to the bench. Zhu Shan had been waiting for them there for a long time. I feel that my brain is a little insufficient. It's really stressful to play against such a team. Zhu Shan looked up from the coaching seat with a haggard look and said to Zheng Qi, who did not start. I sympathize with you, coach, but this is for insurance. Zheng Qi smiled and replied. Well, next season, there's no need to do this to such an extreme, otherwise I feel like I'll die of a cerebral blood vessel explosion. Zhu Shan said. Medical science is advanced now, and cerebral thrombosis and the like are easily treatable. Zheng Qi consoled him. I don't think there's anything to comfort me, Zhu Shan muttered. The other players on the bench all laughed and had infinite sympathy for Zhu Shan. However, there was nothing that could be done about it, because he was the head coach. Even if he had put in countless efforts under such circumstances, which was more than what the players on the field had put in, he still seemed a little unknown. The fan economy does not belong to the coach. Only the club knows the importance of the coach, and the club that understands this will have a better coach. Chapter 441. A show of power. The one standing in front of us is FIFA. This is something I hadn't expected before. In fact, we have been collecting information about them, but it's not very useful. After all, we haven't played any friendly matches with them in the past 6 months. Luo Qishuan touched his head in the locker room, then laughed. It's my fault. I haven't played against them in the past 6 months, and I didn't pay much attention to them. How can this be said to be your fault, coach? Wen Xiang smiled and shook his head. Our goal this year is to win 5 championships. Although we all think that FIFA will be outstanding in the future, no one expected that they will stand in front of us this year. Unexpectedly, so their threat will not be too great. Lu Xiaoshan said confidently. I have also watched some of their recent games. They have indeed made great progress and are able to get close to us overall. However, the gap between them and us is still not small. As long as we perform normally, the victory will be ours. Yes, coach, we have adjusted our status very well recently, and our performance will definitely not be abnormal. As long as we don't perform abnormally, no one can defeat us. Zheng Qi said with the same confidence. Looking at the players who showed strong confidence, Zheng Qi laughed. Then he said nothing more, waved his hand, let's go. The players from both sides have already appeared on the field. Zheng Qi and Fifan are preparing to enter the field. Let's take a look at Zheng Qi. Well, Lu Xiaoshan, Wen Xiang, Shen Renfei, He Jin, Zheng Tu, the main players are basically on the field. It seems that Zheng Qi does not want to give Fifan any chance. They are now in a peak state both individually and as a whole, and they don't underestimate this game at all. It seems that Fifan will not have much chance. Let's see what the map is. Zheng Qi has a high winning rate this year. They have encountered various maps and have almost no experience of failure. They have only lost 2 games in the league this year, and both losses can be said to be quite accidental. Okay, the map is out, Pengqing. It's Pengqing. When the final map appeared in front of everyone, many viewers laughed. The map of the Battle of Pengqing usually appears quite frequently, so the general audience is also familiar with this map. The terrain of this map is general and does not change. It is nothing more than scattered tents scattered on a plain. The roads are connected in all directions, but the line of sight will be constantly blocked, and there will often be close combat scenes, which requires relatively high experience, reaction, operation and personal ability of the players. The complexity of this map is not here, but half an hour after the start of the game, the cavalry attacks that are randomly refreshed are getting more and more dense. In the Battle of Pengqing, the 30,000 cavalry of Zhang Qi, the king of West Anshu, completely defeated the 650,000 troops of the Han Army Alliance. This is one of the most famous battles in Chinese war history where the minority defeated the majority. Fully utilizing the advantages of cavalry was the key to Zhang Qi's miracle. This map certainly reflects this feature. Every once in a while, there will be a cavalry charge, plowing a certain map. If you can't avoid it in time, you will basically be killed instantly. However, if you can go with the flow, this is often a good time to open up the situation. Crisis and opportunity coexist, which is the most attractive part of this map. Be patient, don't think about defeating the opponent in half an hour. Even if they are familiar with this map, they can't be completely familiar with it. The random cavalry charge is not something they can predict. We have good experience in this regard. Don't worry about their familiarity with the map and affect our judgment of the game. Luo Qishuan's voice sounded in the team channel. Lu Xiaoshan nodded, and then appeared on the field with his teammates. Zheng Qi kicked off first. For them, the first attack must show their level. This is an unreasonable domineering, or tough, which belongs to Zheng Qi's characteristics and is also that temperament of the entire team. Zheng Qi didn't have such temperament originally, but with Lu Xiaoshan, they hit such temperament. Traditional strong teams have their own temperament, and strong people like Lu Xiaoshan can bring temperament to the team. In this regard, Li Qing's is the same. It's a pity that your state has declined this year. If we win the 5 championships but fail to suppress the strongest you, it will still be a pity. Lu Xiaoshan thought in his heart, and began to recall the bits and pieces of the confrontation with Li Qing's. Strong players often admire those who can compete with them the most. In the first year when Team Head began to decline, Lu Xiaoshan began to miss them. Of course, this kind of miss will not affect Lu Xiaoshan's performance on the field. When he starts the game, he will be completely committed. Divide the troops and advance. If you see their people, kill them if you can, and wait for support if you can't kill them. Lu Xiaoshan turned his head and said, then took the lead and walked forward into the vast Han Army camp. The other players of Zheng Qi began to disperse. They had to disperse on such a terrain because there was no place for large troops to fight. They could only advance in groups, whether they were attacking or defending. Zheng Qi was confident that they would be at a disadvantage on such a map if it was Team Head, because they were strong as a whole, while Zheng Qi was strong in individuals, especially this year. Because in addition to Lu Xiaoshan, they now hit Shen Renfei. Having 1 arrow was certainly not as powerful as having 2 arrows. Although the football era was a contest between the whole, in many cases, individual abilities were also very useful, especially on such a map. Lu Xiaoshan rushed forward from the left and Shen Renfei from the right. The other players of Zheng Qi did not show any surprise. This was what they often did. Behind them, the other players of Zheng Qi quickly followed. Wen Xiang and He Jin were slightly behind. Wen Xiang followed Lu Xiaoshan and He Jin followed Shen Fei. Both of them were protected by a Changfeng defensive player, who could provide support to Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Fei at any time. No matter how strong a player is, he needs help. No matter how strong a person is, if he falls into the opponent's trap and is surrounded by people, he will die instantly. Even Lu Xiaoshan is the same. In the past few years, in the competition with Team Head, Lu Xiaoshan fell into the opponent's trap more than once or twice. He can crush Li Qing's in strength, but Li Qing's can always crush him in IQ. Sometimes Lu Xiaoshan can use his strong strength to break through the opponent's trap, but most of the time, he can only die in frustration. Even if he is the first player in the league, he can only die in the face of a premeditated trap with absolute advantage. However, for the game, the death of a player does not bring a complete disadvantage, but still looks at the overall situation. Changfeng's players began to attack separately. They are not far from each other and can provide support at any time. And their mutual cover also conceals the real location of the football very well, at least you can't observe it from the front. Shen Fei was still moving forward. He was a player with a firm character and a forward-looking mind. This was why he often seemed to be out of touch with other teammates when he was the main player in Changfeng. But now, there was no such problem. After more than a year of cooperation, the cooperation between him and his teammates was quite good. His attack speed and the strength of his teammates' support gradually became unified, and he would not be too aggressive. After passing a tent, he saw a person. Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi also happened to turn around from behind a tent in front of him. The two looked at each other from a distance. Shen Fei moved forward, while Zheng Qi quickly retreated and hid behind that tent again. Shen Fei did not chase him, but stopped. "Get closer to Shen Fei," Luo Qishuan said in the team channel. Wen Xiang did not make any objections. The players of Changfeng began to move towards the position where Shen Fei was. The distance between the two sides was not far, but because of the terrain, the distance between the two arrows was stretched a little. Now Lu Xiaoshan moved faster towards Shen Fei, inevitably leaving Wen Xiang and others behind. They are the attacking party, and as long as they can gather together, they can take the initiative. If Shen Fei is discovered by the opponent first, then the opponent is very likely to concentrate its forces to deal with Shen Fei. At this time, they have two choices. One is to use Shen Fei as bait, and some players concentrate their forces to attract the opponent's attention, and then another person will take the ball to launch an attack. This is the initiative and advantage of the attacking party. They are also sure that Fifen did not find whose feet the football is. The other choice is to focus on Shen Fei, defeat the opponent's defensor, and then attack the opponent's goal. These two choices are very rational, and one is very domineering. Changfeng chose this domineering approach without hesitation. They don't care about one or two balls. The key is that in the first confrontation, they must occupy an absolute psychological advantage, defeat the opponent's overall defense line, and achieve the final victory. Use the most domineering and arrogant way to defeat the opponent's overall formation at the beginning in a head-on confrontation, and at the same time defeat the opponent's psychology, so as to gain an advantage throughout the game. This is not Changfeng's usual way of playing, but it is the way they are used to playing when they meet a new opponent. To use an old saying, this is called giving the opponent a head start. Changfeng wanted to give Team Head a head start. They always do this when they meet a new opponent, and most of the time the effect is relatively good. In the few cases where the effect is average, it will not affect their subsequent performance. This kind of benefit without cost, of course, Changfeng needs to do it frequently, and they have the ball. Even if the opponent notices something, they can only fight them hard. And Changfeng is least afraid of fighting hard with the opponent. In terms of hard fighting, no team is their opponent, whether in the Chinese Super League or in nation and world level competitions. CS escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga en y subir sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 442. The Wood of the Wind. The tents were scattered all over the map like stars. The positions of these tents were fixed. Within 2 years of the start of the professional league, the positions of all the tents on this map had been memorized by all clubs. As long as you were a professional player, it was impossible for you not to remember the terrain of this map. However, even if you remembered it, it was useless. The arrangement of the tents on this map was completely similar, and the distance and gap between them were exactly the same, so when you walked through any intersection, you would feel that it was almost the same as the previous intersection, and the tent you bypassed was exactly the same as the previous one. If you stay in such a map for a long time, it is easy to get confused. For example, when Lu Xiaoshan passed this area of tents, he and Wen Xiang and others behind him paid attention to the gaps between the tents, because there might be someone bypassing each gap, but after passing through, they would involuntarily relax a little, because if you don't relax, you will never have the opportunity to relax. Just when Lu Xiaoshan passed this area of tents and Wen Xiang and others were still a little behind, a ray of light flashed, and 3 extraordinary players appeared in the road between the two at the same time. A teleportation skill cut off the connection between Lu Xiaoshan, Wen Xiang and the people around her. The key point is that Wen Xiang was controlling the football at the moment. This was a very sophisticated ambush. It was obvious that Fifan was extremely accurate in predicting the tactics. Maybe it was just a matter of luck, but if it was just a matter of luck, it would not be so perfect. As the saying goes, the wind starts from the end of the green duckweed. At the beginning of anything, there will always be some clues, and based on these traces, inferences can be made. Such inferences may not be very accurate, but they're heading in the right direction. On this basis, bold inferences and judgments can be made again, which can get closer to the right direction. It is also a gamble, but a wiser one. Zheng Qi saw Shinrao Fei, and then Fifan judged that it was Lu Xiaoshan on the other side, and Lu Xiaoshan was probably followed by Wen Xiang, and they would probably come to support Shinrao Fei. With such inferences, the ambush could be more accurate. The commentators were all experienced. For a match of this level, the commentators who came were naturally top-notch, including Yuan Fei. They quickly answered and inferred. When some of the audience who didn't understand understood, the 3 Fifan players had cut off the contact between Wen Xiang and Lu Xiaoshan. Fu Lei turned around and faced Lu Xiaoshan alone, while Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen, who appeared at the same time, turned around and rushed towards Wen Xiang and others. The 2 of them were fast and had enough lethality. Although it was impossible to kill at least 3 players of Changfen, as long as they were fast enough to refresh the football, they would win. Although the football refreshed randomly, there were countless professional games around the world every week, and there were too many to count in a year. However, according to statistics, after the football was refreshed, the probability of the team that had previously controlled the ball finding the football first was only 30%, which was far less than the team that was responsible for defense. Perhaps this was also a punishment mechanism. So in the game, unless the opponent was about to take it away directly, the attacking side would protect the football very well. Only when it was about to be taken away would the football be refreshed to try to get that 1/3 chance. Of course, for the attacking party, unless they have a great advantage and have the opportunity to directly grab the ball, otherwise, it is better to let the ball refresh first before the sneak attack. After all, it will be more advantageous for them next. Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen are like this now. They don't want to kill the opponent or grab the ball, but just want the ball to refresh. Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen are both very fast. In other words, they are very good at surprise attacks. No matter how good Wen Xiang is, he is just an auxiliary player. Such players will not be particularly fast in reaction. The long-plan sneak attack can be said to be as powerful as thunder. Even if Changfeng's players are excellent, can they react? Li Gurui is very confident. His speed has always been very fast, and according to his characteristics, when he wants to get close to the opponent at the fastest speed, he can do it. This reaction is close to the limit of human beings. He doesn't believe that Wen Xiang can dodge it. After all, Wen Xiang is not a player who is good at reaction. However, the next moment, Li Gurui's eyes blurred, and the Changfen player who had been silently following Wen Xiang blocked him. Li Gurui's moves were all prepared in advance. With his speed, he could attack from several angles and leave Wen Xiang no place to escape. It can be said that he was completely capable of doing so. It was precisely because of his speed that his moves would not stop. However, his 5 consecutive shots were blocked by the silent opponent. Li Gurui attacked 5 times, and the opponent's body flashed 5 times with a small amplitude, taking all of Li Gurui's attacks. He did not completely keep up with Li Gurui's speed and attack rhythm, but he blocked what he could resist and blocked what he could not resist with his body. This certainly reduced his physical value a lot, but it also protected Wen Xiang very well. Li Gurui's attack was actually a time difference. For this reason, not only did Zhu Yi protect him from behind and resist Lu Xiaoshan, who quickly turned back to defend, but Wang Yuanfen also cleared the way for him so that he could concentrate on attacking Wen Xiang, but now, such an opportunity has been lost. However, Li Gerui knew that this was not Wang Yuanfen's problem, but the guy who was blocking him. He had a very accurate grasp of the timing. When Wang Yuanfen attracted the attention of another Chengfen player, he accurately judged that he was the core of the attack. When he blocked his attack, he was also very calm. This guy was simply a piece of wood. There are two pieces of wood in Chengfen, not only because they are as tough as wood, but also because of their surnames. One is Yang and the other is Liu. The one with the surname Yang is Yang Fan, and the one with the surname Liu is Liu Dan. They are all players among the 8 great kings of Chengfen. However, in the eyes of many people, among the 8 great kings, the only one who deserves the name is Wen Xiang, Lu Xiaoshan's right-hand man, plus Feng Tu and Jing Wenkaiban. The others are somewhat unworthy at the name. Although they are all quasi-god level players, if they go to other teams, if they are not in Chengfen, they may not even be evaluated as quasi-god level players. However, now, the one who is blocking Li Gerui is Yang Fan. What a stupid comment, this guy is really strong. After the start of this season, few people mentioned the saying of the 8th era, because with the addition of new players, especially Shen Ruofei and He Jin, 2 of the previous 8 veterans have left, which made that statement agreed with many people. And now Li Gerui realized that the old famous general was not in vain. This Yang Fan protected Wen Xiang very well behind him. After losing the opportunity of this surprise attack, they were at a disadvantage. Zhu Yi behind them could not withstand Lu Xiaoshan's counter-attack, and he and Wang Yuanfen were also surrounded by 4 people on the other side, even if the opponent's number was only twice as many, but there was a supporting master under protection. Even if it was 4 against 4, they would still suffer. However, now they can't run away even if they want to, the way out is blocked in front and behind, and this dead end is still their own choice. Kill them first. Wen Xiang said in the team channel, and then began to command the attack very steadily. Lu Xiaoshan in front would soon return to defend. Now all they had to do was prevent Li Gerui and Wang Yuanfen from running away. Although there were only 3 people on the other side, if the 2 fastest guys were wiped out, the next attack would be much easier. Lu Xiaoshan rushed back the next moment. It was already remarkable that Zhu Yi blocked him for half a minute, but he could not do more. Although Zhu Yi was only knocked out by Lu Xiaoshan at this moment and did not die, he had no strength to help Li Gerui and Wang Yuanfen for the time being. Wen Xiang's tactical arrangement in this area was to kill Li Gerui and Wang Yuanfen to pave the way for the next attack. In this case, Li Gerui and Wang Yuanfen were of course more valuable than Zhu Yi. Li Gerui and Wang Yuanfen looked at each other and felt that they were probably going to die, but their reactions were quite consistent. They turned around at the same time and rushed towards Lu Xiaoshan. Even if they died, they had to die in Lu Xiaoshan's hands. This was the idea of many players. Lu Xiaoshan did not have any emotional fluctuations. He had seen such situations many times, so there was really no need for any fluctuations, as the no. One player in the league for several years, he had seen all kinds of opponents, some wanted to defeat him, some admired him immensely, but in his eyes, there was only one kind of opponent. That was the opponent who made things difficult for him. If someone made things difficult for him, of course he had to defeat him. This attitude might not work in real life, but in the game, it was a very awesome attitude. So when Wang Yuanfen and Li Gerui rushed towards him, Lu Xiaoshan's face did not change at all, and he went up to them forcefully. Fighting 2 people alone was also a common thing for him. Go up and support. Wen Xiang whispered to the 2 teammates around her. She knew how confident Lu Xiaoshan was, but Zhu Yi would be able to recover quickly and then outflank him. If it really was 3 against 2, Lu Xiaoshan might not be able to support it, not to mention that it was a game now, not a one-on-one duel, so it was necessary to kill the opponent faster. Sister Wen, if you do that, you won't have enough protection around you. A Chengfen player said hesitantly. And Yang Fan is by my side. Wen Xiang said with a smile. Chengfen and the other 2 players nodded at the same time. This was indeed a very powerful reason. So they chose to support Lu Xiaoshan, not to support him to protect himself, but to support him to kill the opponent faster. Chapter 443. Despicable Assassination 3-3. This is not a very advantageous number comparison in professional competitions, but now among the 3 people of Chengfen, there is Lu Xiaoshan. Not to mention the operation, even in terms of attributes, he has an overwhelming advantage over Ligerui and others, which makes the attribute advantage that Fifen players usually rely on to suppress their opponents completely disappear. With the help of two top super players, Lu Xiaoshan easily killed Ligerui and Wang Yanfen. Although Zhu bravely helped them to bear most of the damage, the two of them still retreated step by step and were beaten badly. When wanted to pay attention to the details of the confrontation between the two sides and gradually move towards the battle group, this is also a very necessary thing to do. For Changfen, they are not familiar with Fifen. Although they have been playing friendly matches before, they really can't find out anything in that level of competition. Changfen has no secrets in front of Fifen, which is Fifen's only advantage. When Xiang understands this, so once she has the opportunity to observe the opponent, she will observe carefully. Every core player probably has this instinct. The opponent's situation may not change in general, but each player will have subtle changes at any time. The clearer these details are, the better for the whole team. Yan Fan followed Wen Xiang silently. He knew what his mission was, which was to protect Wen Xiang. He had no opinion on his position because he knew what his role was. What's more, Wen Xiang was in control of the ball at this time, so protecting Wen Xiang became the top priority. According to the news from Luo Qishuan, Shen Ruofei and others on the other side also encountered extraordinary players, or they intercepted the extraordinary team that came to support them, and they were playing lively. Although all the extraordinary players have not been seen yet, at least Yang Fan doesn't need to be too anxious. Even if the extraordinary players have not all appeared, 8 or 9 of them have appeared out of 10. With him protecting them, he really doesn't think anyone can hurt Wen Xiang under his protection. After all, this is a game, not reality, so there is no need to worry too much. You don't have to worry about someone taking a sniper rifle and blowing up the head of the person you're protecting from a few kilometers away, nor do you have to worry about someone poisoning the air so that you will be caught without knowing it. You only have to worry about the game itself, that's enough. Wen Xiang was moving forward, and Yang Fan followed closely beside Wen Xiang. He and Li Yuan were known as the two pieces of wood of Changfen. What is the use of wood? It can be used to build houses, to chop wood for heating, and similarly, in the earliest wars, people used it to build shields to protect themselves. The wood of Changfen is the best protector. Although they are inconspicuous, Changfen still ranks them among the 8 great Vajra, knowing their importance. Wood also has other meanings. For example, if you describe a person as wood, then basically you think that this person is dull, and old-fashioned. For a defender, this is the best character. Yan Fan knew why Wen Xiang wanted to move. Although for a protected object, moving means exposing himself, but in the game, if he doesn't move, how can he keep up with the main force? What's more, in addition to protecting the football, Wen Xiang also had to use auxiliary skills to support his teammates and observe some details of the opponent. All he had to do was to protect Wen Xiang well. Wen Xiang moved while observing the reactions of Wang Yanfen, Li Gerui and Zhu. She was amazed in her heart. 3-3, Changfen still had her to support him. How could these 3 guys, Fifen, hold on until now? This was really an amazing thing. You have to know that Lu Xiaoshan's style has always been extremely fast and simple. He can always quickly solve his opponents like a storm to open up the situation. In Changfeng's first game, he always took the lead and rushed to the front, and then opened the road to victory for the entire team. Although Changfeng's performance was not very good that year, his style made him quickly become everyone's favorite. After Wen Xiang joined in the second year, Wen Xiang's tactics combined with his personal ability, Changfeng's world-shaking offensive combination began to take shape. After that, there were almost no opponents who could hold their ground under his impact. When the number of people was equal, as long as Changfen had Lu Xiaoshan, it could always quickly gain an advantage in numbers. However, this time it became an exception. The 3 Fifen players were beaten badly, but they have persisted until now. 1 can bear, 2 can dodge, plus their excellent attribute advantages, so when the Changfen players thought they could let them die, they just didn't die. Once they dodged, they gave themselves some recovery skills and became lively again. I'm afraid their attribute points are all 850. Wen Xiang thought with some surprise, which shocked her mind to a certain extent. She had previously guessed that the attributes of Fifen's group might have exceeded 800, but the number of 850 still shocked her extremely. Attributes can exceed 850, even if the operation is a little worse. Compared with the god-level players, it is not much worse, right? It was precisely because of this shock that Wen Xiang slowed down a little, while Yang Fan's pace forward would not change. In this way, the distance between the two has slightly widened. At this time, an extremely dazzling white light shone from the two. Yesen's second skill, Alliance, powerfully attracted the opponent to his side. Wen Xiang and Yang Fan both moved towards that position involuntarily. The judgment ability of the Alliance was very strong, and they would basically be sucked over, depending on the distance. As a defensive player, Yang Fan had much stronger resistance. After being sucked over a body space, he stabilized his body and then rushed forward quickly to protect Wen Xiang. Wen Xiang was of course at a disadvantage in such a situation. Most of her attribute points were in the attributes of strength, burst, balance, and bounce. These attributes were also of great help to auxiliary skills, while the physical fitness, flexibility, speed, and endurance attributes that helped her protect herself more were not increased much. Since the opponent used the Alliance trick, it was to make Wen Xiang unable to get rid of the opponent's control temporarily so as to kill her and snatch the football. Of course, he needed to go over and protect her faster. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw the extraordinary player Zheng Qi in the white light, who was about to attack Wen Xiang. Yang Fan blocked Wen Xiang in time and blocked Zheng Qi's attack with his body. After using Yesen's ultimate move, Zheng Qi's lethality and burst increased a lot. Although it was not enough to kill Wen Xiang instantly, if he hit Wen Xiang several times in a row, then Wen Xiang would be killed. Now all the attacks fell on Yang Fan. Yang Fan could withstand much more than Wen Xiang, but in a flash, his physical value was reduced by 2/3. It was no problem for Yang Fan not to die. He continued to block Zheng Qi. He knew that he only needed to block him for a while. When Wen Xiang was controlled for a while, she would provide support as soon as possible. Wen Xiang was not a weak woman who was powerless. She was one of the god-level players in the league. Sure enough, after regaining control of her body, Wen Xiang did not rush to escape, but threw a recovery skill on the spot to save Yang Fan's already shaky bloodline. Then she moved sideways a step to make her position safer, and prepared to continue to support Yang Fan and Lu Xiaoshan who were still fighting against Li Gurui and others. But just after moving a step, Wen Xiang felt that she bumped into someone. She confirmed that there was no one where she was moving, but she bumped into someone at this time, which could only prove one thing. When she thought of this, Wen Xiang had already sensed the danger, but it was too late. In the originally empty space, the air rippled like water waves, and then Zheng Qi's now abominable smile appeared. The next moment, he stabbed Wen Xiang with a knife. Wen Xiang turned into light and left the field, unable to even use a skill for the football. To kill a god-level player with full blood in seconds, naturally there is only one skill that can do it. Zheng Qi's ultimate move, Assassinate Zheng Qi. At the cost of his own blood volume being exhausted and unable to recover in a short period of time, he took away an opponent's player. This is also the only skill in the hero skills of the football era that can kill a full-blooded opponent in seconds. Zheng Qi's previous invisibility was Zheng Qi's first skill, Forbearance, which could completely invisibly move. But even if he was completely invisible, he couldn't keep moving while invisibly moving. He could stay invisible for such a long time, which proved that he had been standing there without any movement, so he could stay invisible for such a long time. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine, but this area just now was a battlefield, and there was a possibility that skills would hit him at any time and break his invisibility, but he still did it, and was lucky that his invisibility was not broken. Zheng Qi's attack was not to kill Wen Xiang, but just to attract Yang Fan's attention. Even the alliance skill just now allowed Wen Xiang to temporarily leave the football, pushing forward, including the surprise attack of Li Gurui and others. It was also expected that Zheng Fan would have a countermeasure. In this way, step by step, he achieved his goal, and the whole plan was extremely bold. This kind of interlocking plan is rarely arranged in the game, because it will consume a lot of effort, but it is very likely to fail completely due to a certain accidental factor, which is really not worth the loss. But Fiffen did it, completing an extremely despicable assassination in the eyes of Zheng Fan fans, sending Wen Xiang out of the field. Zheng Qi, who completed this despicable assassination, did not waste a single moment. After controlling the ball, he turned and ran, then bypassed a group of tents and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 444. More accidents are inevitable. Go back to defenser, go back to defenser immediately. Lu Xiaoshan shouted in the team channel. Wen Xiang was sent off the field, and the ball fell to someone else. Lu Xiaoshan could be said to be the first to react. Of course, he would not be so hypocritical as to feel angry because his fiancée was sent off the field. When you were in the arena, you will be stabbed. There are many players who are sent off the field in the game, and even he himself was often sent off the field. What's so rare about this? The key is whether you have earned more by being sent off the field. Wen Xiang obviously did not earn anything this time, and it can even be said that he lost a lot, but there is still no need to be angry about it. Going back to Defensor is the most accurate judgment, but is there still a chance to go back to Defensor now? Originally, the two sides met in the center of the map. The players of Zheng and Fifen could be said to be strangled together. In some places, Zheng had the advantage, and in some places, Fifen had the advantage. However, one thing that can be determined is that it is not easy for both sides to leave the battlefield, including Lu Xiaoshan. After Zheng Qi joined, Fifen was still at a disadvantage in a 4-on-4 situation, but Lu Xiaoshan could not get rid of his opponent for the time being. When a player of the same level as you or even a weaker player is trying desperately to interfere with you and entangle you, it is always difficult for you to get rid of him. The same is true on other battlefields. The Fifen players who were originally struggling to resist are now in high spirits. They want to entangle their opponents at any cost. This is natural. As long as they can score, even if they all die, it will not affect the next game. Whether it is Zheng Qi, Feng Tu, or rookies like He Jin, they have no time to return to Defensor under the desperate entanglement of the Fifen players, or only one person can return to Defensor, that is Shinrano Fei. The one who is entangled with Shinrano Fei is Filei. He knows what his mission is. After hearing the news from Zhushan, Filei, who was originally retreating step by step to lure Shinrano Fei deeper, immediately turned around and planned to entangle Shinrano Fei. He already has a lot of experience in entanglement with the opponent's core. Even if he is at a disadvantage, he is confident that he can at least entangle the opponent for half a minute. Half a minute was enough. But he still couldn't get him. Shinrano Fei made the most correct reaction. Without waiting for Filei to get around, he immediately used his best move and counter-attacked fiercely. If you want to get rid of your opponent, you can't think about how to stay away from him, but you have to kill your opponent in a short time to get rid of him completely. Shinrano Fei did this. This caught Filei off guard. The opponents before all wanted to get rid of him, but they didn't want to kill him directly from the beginning, so he lost the first chance. Although he was familiar with Shinrano Fei, Filei didn't expect Shinrano Fei to react so quickly and in time. Filei, who was at a disadvantage, was immediately defeated by Shinrano Fei. He still wanted to stabilize his position, but he still couldn't stabilize it. After Shinrano Fei's last attack fell on him, Filei's physical value bottomed out and he turned into light and left the field, while Shinrano Fei's face was unmoved. He turned around quickly and returned to Defensor. If no one interferes, a professional player can move very quickly. This guy is so cold-blooded. I didn't expect Shinrano Fei to be like this. Filei, who returned to the bench, couldn't help but sigh. The reaction is correct, almost instinctive. It seems that he is a player who lives for attacking. Lu Xiaoshan's vision is really accurate. Zhushan sighed. While they were sighing, Shinrano Fei had crossed the entire half-court and approached the goal. However, it was still too late. No matter how fast he moved, it took him more than 10 seconds to kill Filei. Originally, Shinrano Fei thought that if Zheng Qi was delayed in the middle, he would still have a chance, but Zheng Qi did not give him such a chance. After returning to the front of the goal, Shinrano Fei only saw Zheng Qi's back and the Zheng goalkeeper who had been avoided by Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi even had time to turn around and show him an extremely obscene smile before he kicked the ball into the Zheng goal, 1-0. Fifen scored the first goal, and Zheng kicked the ball first. It's incredible. Fifen has created many miracles before. Will they continue to create miracles this time? Before this game, Fifen played 6 games in the China Cup, and their record was 5 wins and 1 loss, and every time they scored the first goal, they won. The group match they lost was because they conceded the ball first. Can they keep the record of winning the game by scoring a goal? If so, Fifen will create the biggest miracle in the history of the China Cup. Yuan Fei shouted loudly. The respected old commentator seemed energetic at this moment, but under such circumstances, there were almost no people who were not excited, so his shouting did not make others feel strange. Even when Zheng kicked off first, Fifen was still able to take the lead. We can't look at this team as an ordinary dark horse. Yes, there may be accidental factors in their ability to take the lead, but we still have to see that in the case of dispersed confrontation, Fifen's players are not at much of a disadvantage. This situation has been common in the past, which is enough to prove what an excellent team they are. We have reason to have more expectations for their next performance, and a living miracle will appear before us. Among the 22 Fifan players, only 5 had previous professional experience, namely Fulei, Zheng Qi, Tang Ziyuan and Chen Lin. Among them, only Chen Lin, a former Southern Country player, has experience in the Super League. The others have no professional experience. Some are youth training members of professional teams, and some are pure grassroots players. Such a team, facing Zheng Qi, which is about to become a legend, they actually took the lead. This is really a surprising thing. The commentators expressed their emotions one after another. This was natural. It was a surprising thing for any team to be ahead of Zheng Qi, especially in this season. But now a Class A team was ahead of Zheng Qi, which was even more surprising. Even though Fifan's previous performance had already made people know that they were not an ordinary Class A team, and even in the Super League, they were still a team that could do a lot, but it was still very surprising that they were ahead of Zheng Qi at this time. They were lucky, but next, we have to be careful, understand? Luo Qishuan said in the team channel. The players of Zheng Qi nodded one after another. They couldn't say that they didn't care about the goal at all, but it really didn't affect them too much. In the past few seasons, they encountered various bad situations, and in the end they won most of the time. Since this season, they have been invincible and hard to lose. Such a long period of good results has already made their confidence reach a peak. A mere goal loss will not shake them. They know us very well. Wen Xiang said in the team channel. It's natural. We are no strangers to any team. Lu Xiaoshan replied. Shen Ruofei didn't say anything. He agreed with Lu Xiaoshan, but he felt something was wrong. Don't think too much during the game. Just play that game in the way we are used to. We're in the best state now. As long as we can play to our level, no team can stop us. Luo Qishuan said in the team channel. This statement and choice are of course reasonable and very correct. When you have a great advantage, you must focus on yourself and not be affected by others. Only in this way can you play better. The strongest team is unstoppable as long as it can play to its best level. The strongest team often loses only to itself, not to its opponent. When they have no problems, they can maintain their strength for a long time. After listening to Luo Qishuan's words, Zheng Qi's players nodded and prepared to restart the game. On a stand in the sky, Li Qing's looked at the field with a smile on his face. Zheng Qi is in trouble now, he said. Boss, Zheng Qi is only 1 goal behind. With their strength, this 1 goal is nothing. Li Qiang thought for a while and said. Yes, Fifan is really good, otherwise they can't beat us, but compared with Zheng Qi, they are still far behind. Han Yiming said. Looking at the 2 juniors he valued the most, Li Qing laughed. From the perspective of strength comparison, you're right, but there are still many details that you didn't notice. Li Qing said. When facing his teammates, Li Qing encouraged them to think, but he never hesitated to express his ideas. What details? Li Qiang was a little confused. I noticed all the details of the game, but these details were not enough for Fifan to reverse the huge gap in strength between them and Zheng Qi. So in your eyes, the goal just now is just luck, right? Li Qing asked. It must be luck. The tactics are too sophisticated and too fragile. They can succeed only because they are very lucky. Otherwise, even any small link will cause problems in their tactics in the middle. Li Qiang said. Keep watching. It was indeed accidental, including the tactical arrangements that defeated us at the time. But when so many accidents come together, do you still think they are accidental? Li Qing said with a smile. Li Qiang choked. Han Yiming also looked at Li Qing in surprise, then looked down at the field. Captain, do you mean that these tactics were designed by Fifan, and can be automatically fine-tuned according to reality? That's right. Li Qing nodded and said calmly, ignoring the exclamations of the 2 young people he was most optimistic about. Chapter 445. Calm and reasonable. Zheng Qi launched an attack again. This attack was the same as the last one. They did not make too many changes. They still divided their troops and advanced, and then launched the attack. They did not change because they believed that what happened before was just a coincidence. Fifan just arranged a very detailed tactic, but such a tactic was not applicable. It was just a success by luck. They did not believe that Fifan could succeed again. Fifan did not do the same as in the last game. Instead, they honestly launched a blockade. After seeing Zheng Qi's players, they began to retreat in an orderly manner, and finally set up a defensive lineup in front of the goal to resist Zheng Qi's attack. Zheng Qi's offense has always been quite strong. In the past 2 years, after adding Shen Ruofei, it has become even stronger. One formation breaker becomes two formation breaker. The final result is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It can provide more opportunities to break the formation. The map of the Battle of Pengqing was quite disadvantageous for the defensor. After all, they could only concentrate their defense in a small area, while the opponent had 4 or 5 channels for attack. This made it impossible for the defending side to concentrate their forces to defend an area, and they could only passively divide their forces. Under such a blow, even if they wanted to defend to the death, it would be very difficult. However, in Defensor, Fifan was extremely tenacious and showed their talent and characteristics in Defensor. Most of their players were defending to the death, surrounding Su Jin, Zheng Qi, and Niu Liu, while Zheng Qi, Li Rui, and Wang Yuanfen did not join the defense line, but wandered around, ready to sneak attack Changfeng's players at any time. The defensor of most people kept their goal under protection. Although they had to constantly adjust the defensive focus, they seemed to be under great pressure, but they held on. Every time one person died, the others would recover to protect the gate until support came. Their counterattacks often made Changfeng's players feel uncomfortable. In terms of attributes, except for a few Changfeng players, other Changfeng players are still at a disadvantage. After all, Changfeng now has only 3 god-level players. Lu Xiaoshan, Wen Xiang, Shen Ruofei, Fen Tu, Jian Wenqian are still a little short of 800 attribute points, and He Jin is also. Their overall strength is already very strong, but compared with Fifan's configuration of all god-level accounts, it is still not as good. This is indeed not as good as it is. No one can compare. So even if there is a chance to kill Fifan players, they must guard against their counterattacks. In addition, Zheng Qi and the other 3 who did not join the defense line have been harassing everywhere, which also effectively restrained Changfeng's defensor. Fifan's defensor is really a headache. Li Kailang said. The key is that their defensor is very targeted. Changfeng's several breakthroughs were blocked by them in advance. Li Qing suddenly said. Are you very familiar with Changfeng? Li Kailang was stunned. It's the same for us. Li Qing nodded. I didn't notice anything during the game, but after the game, I looked more and more wrong. Several times, they seemed to have predicted what we were going to do, and then disintegrated our attack. If our attack had not been disintegrated in that way, we wouldn't have lost so badly. It's impossible. How much intelligence collection and how much time and targeted training would it take? Han Yiming said in disbelief. It's not impossible. Li Kailang slapped his thigh. Since they have such a monster pooling method, it means they have a very strong technical department. If they collect enough intelligence information and then conduct targeted training, they can do it. Even if they suffer a little loss due to insufficient information, overall, they have gained a lot. Just for one game. Han Yiming opened his mouth wide. They have plenty of time. Li Qing said lightly. Han Yiming suddenly realized. Fifan is a Class A team, and their results were not very good from the beginning. If they were a new team, their results could even be considered good. However, looking back now, it can only prove that Fifan did not give their best in the Class A league from the beginning, and even used the league to train their troops. In the second half of the season, their lineup was complete and their level had improved, but it still could not be quickly reflected in their results. They were still a mid-level team, just retaining the level of impacting the top 9. In this case, in addition to training the team in the league, how much time do they have to prepare? When the opponent is team head, they can use a month to prepare. When the opponent is Changfeng, they may have less time to prepare, but if their goal is to win the China Cup, they can start preparing from the beginning of the top 16 division. As for whether it is worthwhile to prepare for a game for so long, is that still a problem? With their strength, it is not a problem to qualify for the Super League. In this case, what else do they have to worry about? In this case, Changfeng may not be in a good situation in this game, Han Yiming murmured. Isn't it good? Otherwise, if they win 5 championships, we will lose face. Li Kailang shrugged his shoulders. Li Qing smiled slightly. They will indeed face some difficulties, but Lu Xiaoshan will not give up easily. This game will also be a test for them. If they can pass this level, then no one will have a chance to stop them in the World Cup. Really? Fifan is so strong. Han Yiming said in surprise. It's not that they're so strong, but because this will be the biggest test for Changfeng this year. If they can pass this level, they will not capsize in the World Cup. After all, they have not been truly tested before. For us, Changfeng this season is a little too strong. Li Qing sighed. Han Yiming and Li Kailang looked at each other and felt that they didn't understand. In the past 4 years, Chinese clubs have won the World Cup. Do you think we are too strong, or those opponents are too weak? Li Qing's asked back. I think it should be all of them. Li Taiyang thought for a while and said, we're indeed very strong, and those opponents did not cause us too much impact. No, in my opinion, the most critical reason is that we always have to face the challenge of change in the league and cup competitions. They put a lot of pressure on us. On this basis, the pressure we bear when facing other opponents will not seem very big. Li Qing's replied. Li Taiyang nodded thoughtfully. So the biggest crisis of Chengfen this year is that they did not suffer a real test in the league and cup competitions, because we were training the team and our performance dropped a lot. When we confronted them head-on, we lost to them without much resistance. As for Nanguo Shenhua, they worked very hard, but their shortcomings were there. There is a reason why they could not cause any impact on us and Chengfen in the past period of time. In this way, if they encounter a team with stronger resistance in the World Cup, they may not be able to adapt. Han Yiming asked. It's like this. Back then, under the leadership of Meng Fifan and Chen Fen, Nanguo was invincible in the league and cup competitions that year, and then suffered such a big loss in the World Cup. There may be various factors. However, before the World Cup, they did not face any real test, which is also a big problem. Li Qing's nodded. So I said that this game is an opportunity for Chengfen. Fifan must cheer up. The first 5-time champion should be ours. Han Yiming began to cheer for Fifan. Li Qing's laughed dumbly, but at this time he felt that Han Yiming's reaction was quite correct. For a team like Team He that wants to hit the 5-time champion, they certainly don't want any team to win the 5-time champion. If they want to win, only they can win. This is a very normal way of thinking. Li Qing's also thought so, and after seeing Fifan's outstanding performance, he began to involuntarily place more hope on this situation. Is Fifan reliable? Li Qing's began to think. He admitted that Fifan was reliable, and that Team He, who defeated him, did not rely on luck, but this year's Chengfen was indeed too outstanding. Whether overall or individually, Chengfen has reached a peak. Although he is not as invincible as Nanguo back then, that is only because Chengfen now faces more opponents. Unlike Nanguo at the time, he was basically invincible in the country. Li Qing's is the twin pillars of Lu Xiaoshan. In fact, if the overall team strength is not as good as Chengfen, or if they cannot become a catalyst for a team like Li Qing's, the top players of other teams can compete with Lu Xiaoshan in terms of fame, status and strength. Even if they're a little worse, they are not far behind. Sun Fei of Nanguo, Fang Yuan of Shenhua, Jie Xing of Chengfen, even Yuan Xiao of Corning and Dai Xing of Xing have extremely outstanding personal abilities. However, in terms of personal ability, they are still slightly behind Lu Xiaoshan, and overall they cannot be compared with Chengfen. With such an outstanding player and shrewd operations, Chengfen has achieved its current status. They did not become strong suddenly, but gradually became strong little by little. Such strength is more reliable than sudden strength. Such a team generally won't suddenly become weak. It's very difficult to defeat them. Can Fifan do this? Li Qing's expressed doubt. Emotionally, Li Qing's hoped that Fifan could stop Chengfen, but as a rational player, he felt that Fifan's chances were still slim. Chapter 446. Putting the cart before the horse. No matter how tenacious the defensor is, unless the terrain is particularly favorable for defensor, otherwise, facing the opponent's fierce attack, it will always lose. Fifan is of course no exception. So when Chengfen finally talked through Fifan's defensor through continuous attack and scored a goal, the audience did not think there was anything wrong. Instead, they felt that it was not easy for Fifan to hold on until more than 20 minutes before losing the ball. In these 20 minutes, Fifan showed their defensive level to the fullest. Zhu Ye, Filadi, Chen Lin, Zheng Qi, Yuan Kong, Fifan, these defensive players, began to show their level thoroughly. In the past games, Fifan generally relied on offensive to win. Zheng Qi, Wang Yuanfen, Li Rui, the offensive level of these people has been recognized by many people, but the defensive players are not particularly eye-catching. After all, Fifan's tactics are more active and better at attacking. However, for many teams that pay attention to Fifan's games, they also have a clear understanding of Fifan's defensive ability. After all, when they took the lead against Team He, they used the terrain advantage to successfully prevent Team He from equalizing the score, and finally lost the game in frustration. But now, the characteristics of the map have not been shown, and even if there will be frequent cavalry charge refreshes in the future, they will appear randomly on the map, which does not help much for defensor. Under such circumstances, Fifan was able to persist for such a long time under Chengfen's fierce attack, which is enough to prove Fifan's level. Their defensor is better than we thought. Next, we have to show our defensive ability. Do you understand? Divide the troops to intercept, and don't press too close. Lord Okishuan said in the team channel. For Changfen, the offensive during this period of time has been greatly hindered, and it was still encountered when there was no problem with their state. This situation made Lord Okishuan feel a little confused. Because he couldn't figure it out, he was a little irritated. It took so long to score a goal. If you can't defend the opponent's offensive, then in the second half, the opponent will kick off again, and the disadvantage of the whole game will be very large. Although the advantage of kicking off is nothing, there is one thing that Lord Okishuan has to be vigilant about. Fifan's two best games in the China Cup are the two games that defeated Tin He and Kunming respectively. In those two games, their advantage was not very big. After taking the lead, they just kept that advantage. Although Lord Okishuan does not think that Tin He and Kunming can be compared with Changfen, they are both excellent teams after all. If Fifan can deal with them like this, can't he deal with himself like this? Thinking of this, Lord Okishuan became a little wary. This map is not very favorable for defensor. If Fifan can seize every opportunity to attack, Lord Okishuan shook his head. To do this, it is only theoretical. How is it possible? If Fifan is really so powerful, then even Changfen can't stop them, right? If you want to seize every offensive opportunity, what kind of strength do you have to have? Although Changfen's defensor is not their best place, their best is still the offensive. However, a strong team will never have very obvious weaknesses. Their defensor is not the strongest, but it is definitely not weak. Even if Fifan has a group of players with particularly strong attributes, can they really do this? Don't be ridiculous, this is simply impossible. If they really have such ability, they can easily defeat all opponents long ago. Do they still need to fight so hard in the cup? Thinking of this, Lord Okishuan laughed dumbly, thinking that he might have thought too much. Fifan can't have such a level, because it is really unimaginable. We don't have such a level, but if we focus on one game, it is still possible to do this. Mengfan in the stands said with a smile. Zhu Wuqiu thought of the training plans he knew, and couldn't help shuddering. Because one game takes so long to train, I never thought about it before. Zhu Wuqiu said, you know, he was also a professional player back then, and the training was quite strict, but when he saw the current training plan of Fifan and his gang, he lost his courage directly. It's not because of the number, nor because of tiredness, but because of those details. The extremely meticulous details, including what kind of movement to use under what circumstances, were all marked out. Each player had his own tasks and things to do. This alone was not enough. After all, even if everyone was familiar with the practice, they could not act collectively and accurately at the same time like a computer. There would always be gaps between people. In such a situation, a head coach's dispatch was needed. Zhu Shan was such a dispatcher. He had to pay attention to all the details and then make all the instructions. In many places, the players had to solve them themselves, but the key places depended on his calculations. He had to make different instructions and changes in the face of any different environment. This was also an extremely heavy task. Zhu Shan remembered everything. He was a head coach who was good at tactical details. In such a situation, his level was extremely good. Look, these are all the conditions that Feng King and the others calculated, but we happen to have them all. In such a situation, why don't we take a gamble? This is the only chance for us to win a heavyweight championship this year. We can't miss such an opportunity. Mengfan smiled. In this case, we can actually use this method to win all the games in the future. Wei Jiangshan didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but said it excitedly. That's impossible. Such a complicated plan can only be used occasionally, and it can only be useful when the opponent is caught off guard. We have some very convenient conditions to be able to use almost a season of preparation to deal with such a game. There will be no such opportunity next time, and clubs like Changfeng and Tin He are not fools. They will be vigilant when they meet us next time. Mengfan said with a smile. Sui Qingfeng thought about it and asked curiously. That's not right, Grandpa Meng, we also used this method to win Tin He before. Li Qing's is so smart, he should have thought of it. Li Qing's thought of it, but he won't tell Changfen. Mengfan laughed. We stopped Changfen, which should be something everyone is happy to see. Sui Qingfen was stunned, then slapped his forehead. Damn, what's wrong with me? I didn't even think of this. What a pity. This trick can only be used once. What a pity. It's enough to use it once. If Changfen didn't have such a big advantage this year, I wouldn't recommend that we play in this way. After all, our own strength is the most important. Meng Fan said with a smile. Fifan launched an attack. From the perspective of God, we can see that they're attacking in 3 ways, leaving the ball far behind. This is a very bold move. After all, there is only one person controlling the ball in the back, which makes it easy for the opponent to snatch the ball away. Moreover, even after creating an opportunity in the front court, it is impossible to quickly move the ball to the front court. This is a relatively disadvantageous approach. As Fifan's striker moves, the player at the back also starts to move forward, keeping himself and the main force at a more delicate distance. It's a very bold move, but it's very exciting. Yuan Fei praised. Fifan's offensive method is not the first of its kind, but it is very risky, because once the opponent realizes that the players attacking in the front court have no ball at their feet, and also sees the number of Fifan, it is easy to judge this point. At the time, the army will force a breakthrough, and the person left behind will definitely not be able to control the ball under the opponent's impact. The two sides soon encountered each other in Zheng Qi's half. There was no surprise to either side in this encounter, and they quickly launched a fierce confrontation. The purpose of the football-era game is not to fight each other, because no matter how strong you are, you can't kill all the opponents. Fighting each other is just a means of competition. In the final analysis, you have to break through the opponent's gate to win the game. Fighting is to explore, to test, to find, and to play again, not just to kill the opponent. The situation, location, and level of each opponent, these are all very important, and they can all judge the overall strength of the opponent. The head coach of a team has such a level and vision. Lord Qishuan's face did not move, but he was always calculating the players who appeared in his field of vision, but Fifan controlled this very well. They never let all the attackers appear in the opponent's field of vision at the same time. They are hiding the location of the football. It seems a bit too hidden. Lord Qishuan thought to himself that hiding the location of the football is of course a very important thing, but I have never heard of scoring a goal just by hiding the location of the football. If Fifan's approach is described in one word, it is putting the cart before the horse. Is Fifan a fool? Lord Qishuan doesn't think so. If that was the case, then there was only one possibility. Dash forward 50 spaces, and advance collectively. Lord Qishuan gave the order in the team channel. Zheng Qi's players immediately followed his instructions and launched an attack without any hesitation. Chapter 447. Another trap. Zheng Qi's sudden and fierce attack immediately put Fifan under great pressure. Facing Zheng Qi's attack, no team could not feel the pressure. They were forced to start a tough resistance, and at the same time, they collectively exposed their figures to the opponent's sight. Lord Qishuan showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. They are taking risks. After thinking about it, Lord Qishuan began to issue one command after another. Charge forward, break through the opponent's defense line, and find the location of the football. Hiding the football in the back must not be too far back, but be ready to break through the opponent's defense line and launch an attack at any time to create a time difference. In this way, it is easier to calculate. The football era has developed for so many years, and the tactics have basically been understood. No matter how novel the tactics are, they have been reflected in the past, but it depends on the way they are expressed. So although Fifan's attack this time seems very bold and quite unique, such tactics are nothing more than a conspiracy. As long as a conspiracy is discovered, there will be a way to crack it. Lord Qishuan is one of the most experienced coaches in the league, and only Chen Fen can compare with him. So although this tactic is rarely used, he still responded quickly. Under his command and when Xiang Hejin's dispatch, Zheng Qi's players kept rushing forward rhythmically, looking for the position of the football without missing any position. Under this kind of net-like search, no matter where the opponent's ball-protecting players hide, they will be quickly discovered. After all, there are only so many places that can exist. As long as the rhythm is mastered normally, there will be no mistakes. There is certainly no problem with the ability of Zheng Qi players to execute tactics. In just half a minute, they broke through from all directions and searched for the location of the extraordinary ball-controlling players. 7 Zheng Qi players launched an attack at the same time. They did not break through the defense line, but to expand their vision. In this process, they quickly formed a breakthrough, cut into the extraordinary defense line, and then avoided the obstruction of the tent. The vision of a distance behind the extraordinary defense line was immediately opened by them. By centering the football he controlled appeared in Fei's field of vision. When Fei saw the football, he did not retreat like the others, but rushed to Bai Senator quickly. He had enough confidence in his ability. As long as he rushed over, even if there was only one person, he could keep a good eye on the opponent, so that the whole team could take the initiative. He attacked by Senator, and by Senator couldn't run fast. Even if the extraordinary players came to support by Senator immediately, they could only kill him, but couldn't let by Senator leave his sight. At this time, Cheng Feng's teammates would keep up, thus forming a head-on confrontation. In such a confrontation, Cheng Feng had the advantage, which was almost certain. Bai Senator was actually a good player, but no matter how good he was not as good as Shinran Fei. Compared with Shinran Fei, he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of operation and character attributes, not to mention that he had to protect the football, so Shinran Fei never worried that he couldn't deal with Bai Senator. He was only worried that someone would come to help Bai Senator and whether he would entangle himself. However, even if someone came, Shinran Fei had no reason to be afraid, even if it was Zheng Qi. Just as Shinran Fei was thinking this, Zheng Qi appeared in front of him as if he had fallen from the sky. "This rug is plucked," Zheng Qi said with a smile. Shinran Fei did not answer, but quickly attacked Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi had not talked nonsense with him before, and he certainly did not want to talk nonsense with Zheng Qi now. "So ruthless?" Zheng Qi shouted, and slightly tilted his body, allowing Shinran Fei to hit his non-vital parts, and then immediately counterattacked. Shinran Fei did not retreat, took the damage, and immediately counterattacked. The two exchanged 3 skills in an instant, but their physical value did not drop much. Without large-scale dodging, the two almost fought on the spot, but they were always able to narrowly avoid the opponent's attack on the vital parts, so that their physical value dropped to a safe level. Amazing! I didn't expect Zheng Qi to have such outstanding operating skills. We are no strangers to Fifan's captain. In many important games, it was his personal ability that helped Fifan win the game. He was also the one who made the sneak attack just now. However, he was able to fight against Shinran Fei in a head-on confrontation without losing the upper hand, which is enough to prove his level. He is already comparable to the god-level players. Fifan's current good performance is indeed not accidental. They have a group of outstanding players, and there is an outstanding call-eye Zheng Qi. Shinran Fei was actually more surprised in his heart when the commentator exclaimed. Although he was very familiar with Zheng Qi and knew that Zheng Qi was a very outstanding guy, he was not inferior to himself in terms of talent or other aspects, and maybe even better, but the styles and characteristics of the two are completely different. Zheng Qi was good at finding the opponent's flaws and then killing him with one blow, while he was good at frontal attack. What is the current situation? Frontal attack is the way he is best at, and Zheng Qi is defending in the front, which is not the way he is good at playing. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi was able to withstand his attack, which was simply a bid. However, although Shinran Fei was surprised, he was not panicked at all at this moment. There was nothing to panic. Zheng Qi could withstand him for a while, which did not mean anything. Bai Senator and the football were always within his sight, and Cheng Feng's advantage would not change. Lu Xiaoshan should have arrived as well. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Xiaoshan appeared from behind Shinran Fei with a tyrannical momentum and rushed towards Bai Senator. He did not join Shinran Fei in attacking Zheng Qi, even though Zheng Qi was the captain of Fifan, and the two of them working together to kill Zheng Qi could bring a psychological advantage. It was not because of his self-esteem that he would not attack his opponent, but because the most important thing now was to grab the ball. Fifan's players also returned to defense at this moment. Maybe someone would block him in the next moment, maybe more than one, maybe several people, but Lu Xiaoshan was still not afraid. No matter how strong the defensor was, it could not stop Lu Xiaoshan's attack, and Fifan's players came from both wings to participate in the defensor, and the defensor in the middle was far from being solid. So when Wang Yanfen appeared in front of him to intercept, Lu Xiaoshan continued to attack. At this time, he and Shinran Fei were both shining brightly. That was the auxiliary skill that Jing and Wen Xiang had added at this moment. Zheng Qi and Wang Yanfen were also shining like this, but behind Lu Xiaoshan, the other players of Cheng Feng had already rushed over. No defense line could stop such an attack. But skills could. When the players of Cheng Feng followed Lu Xiaoshan's fierce attack, they suddenly began to feel that their bodies began to be somewhat out of control. It was like stepping into a muddy pond, constantly being blocked. 8 formations. Not just one 8 formation, but 3 8 formations, which surrounded all the players rushing over from Cheng Feng. This is a trap. The negative states brought by the 8 formations, such as bleeding, slowness, poisoning, stiffness, and so on, began to appear irregularly on the players of Cheng Feng. At the same time, Bai Senator, who was a little behind, suddenly kicked the ball far away to the right front. In the case of a large number of opponent players in front of you, this approach is not advisable. After all, any long-range skill hitting the football will cause all the footballs to refresh. However, at this moment, Cheng Feng's players are all in a negative state. This negative state is difficult to eliminate. Even if you use auxiliary skills to bless it, it can only be alleviated, not completely eliminated. After all, a big move like the 8 formation diagram is judged to be quite strong. So Cheng Feng's players can only watch the football fly past them, and the skills they barely threw out all hit nothing. This is not something that can be solved by operation. In that short moment, the players could have done precise operations, but they were affected by the negative state and could not do it accurately at all. However, there are still people who can do it accurately. For example, Shinrano Fei, for example, Lu Xiaoshan. But Shinrano Fei was entangled by Zheng Qi at the time. The skills thrown by Lu Xiaoshan were also blocked by Fu Lei, who rushed out from the side with his body. He is now best at this. Relying on such blocking, Cheng Feng's players were not able to stop the football. Instead, because of distraction, they were once again hit by Fifan's concentrated fire. This wave of concentrated fire was not thrown from all directions, but from far and near, and it seemed that they had known the opponent's position for a long time, and the throwing was quite accurate. In this wave of concentrated fire, none of the Cheng Feng players died, but everyone's physical value dropped a lot. The football flew forward and was intercepted by Li Guirui, and then he began to move forward quickly with the ball. Cheng Feng players could not return to defense now, and he was moving very fast. Luo Qixuan clenched his fists, and anger appeared in his eyes. This is another trap, and all his and Cheng Feng's reactions were calculated, which made such a miracle. When he thought he had discovered the extraordinary purpose, it was the beginning of the trap. When he made the most appropriate response, he was walking towards the trap. What kind of arrangement can infer all our reactions? What kind of calculation can make random fine-tuning? Does Yushan have such a skill? Luo Qixuan noticed something was wrong, but for a game, it seemed too late to notice something wrong at this time. Li Guirui drove straight into the goal with the ball, and then broke through Cheng Feng's gate again. Less than 10 minutes before the end of the first half, Fifan took the lead again. The score of 2-1 was not high, but under such circumstances, they were still ahead of Cheng Feng, which was enough to surprise everyone. Cheng Feng's situation is not good now. Although they have not lost the overall situation, they have begun to fall behind in the details, Yuan Fei said. Chapter 448. Faster pace. Cheng Feng's fans were very dissatisfied with Yuan Fei's evaluation. However, it is obvious that Yuan Fei, a former professional player who has been working on the front line of commentary for a long time, is indeed better than most people in vision and judgment. In fact, because of the God's perspective, his judgment is more accurate than the players and coaches in the game. After taking the lead again, Fifan once again launched an excellent defensa. Zheng Qi and others continued to sneak attack, and the others maintained a solid defensa. They used up the remaining less than 10 minutes. When the first half of the game ended, the score was locked at 2-1. At this point, even ordinary spectators could see that Cheng Feng was not doing well. Fifan kicked off the second half. With the characteristics that Fifan had shown before, they were fully able to maintain this advantage. What should Cheng Feng do? Fifan is very clear about our tactical characteristics and habits. I don't know how they did it. They must have been observing us for a long time. As they are in the first-class league, they can also use a long time to prepare for such a game. The real test of this season has come to us. Luo Qixuan said with a frown in the locker room. Through the first half of the game, he had noticed that Fifan was quite familiar with Cheng Feng's performance, which gave them the upper hand in the first half. Although the score was not much ahead, if it continued like this, Cheng Feng would have no chance at all. We can't rely on ourselves, otherwise, we will be unable to move forward. I already felt this way in the first half. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. Fifan has a very good tactical department. When I left Fifan, it didn't exist. It seems that Zheng Qi has brought new reinforcements to them. Shinrano Fei said with a straight face. And their progress is really fast. Zheng Qi can confront you head-on without losing the upper hand. He has also made rapid progress in the past year. Lu Xiaoshan turned to Shinrano Fei and said. I have never been able to see his strength clearly. This person is unfathomable. Shinrano Fei nodded. His performance today surprised me a little. Cheer up, we don't have many opponents in the league this year, but there is such an outstanding opponent hidden in the A-level league. This is more terrifying than in the Super League, because we didn't know them before. Even though we have attached great importance to this final, compared with their strength, it seems not enough. Luo Qixuan said solemnly. We were not well prepared before, which made us passive. However, this is not a reason for us to give up the game. In the second half of the game, we have to work harder. Now I can't tell you how to deal with it, because they have been preparing for too long. All we can do is to adapt to the situation. When Zheng Qi in the game, you have to make more judgments and instructions to avoid falling into the opponent's trap. When attacking, we must break through their defense as soon as possible, grasp every opportunity to attack, and don't give them time to delay. There will be many additional factors in the second half of the game, such as the impact of Zheng Qi's cavalry. In this regard, the coach's command will always be a beat slower. What matters is the tactical command and dispatch of the corps on the scene. We have an advantage in this regard because we have two excellent commanders. Seize our opportunity and try to resist an extraordinary offensive opportunity. This is our chance to win. The halftime break was only 20 minutes. It was impossible to explain so many detailed tactical responses in such a short time. Although the opponent's tactics were known by Luo Qishuan, it was obvious that Fifan's tactics were not a conspiracy, but a standard conspiracy. It was to show that he was very familiar with the habits of all Zheng's players and the overall tactical rhythm, and made countless means of response. Such tactics took so long to lay out, and it was impossible to make detailed arrangements in such a short time. At this time, they could only rely on the coach's on-the-spot command and the players' improvisation. In the final analysis, it was their own strength that mattered. Zheng was certainly strong, there was no doubt about that, but Fifan was also very strong. Although they were still a certain distance away from Zheng in terms of overall and individual, they had the advantages of personal character attributes and the advantages brought by preparation. There was no doubt that Fifan had already gained a great advantage in this regard, and could even equalize or surpass Zheng's strength advantage. Yuan Fei's judgment was not wrong. Zheng was not doing well now. Although there is no victory that is taken for granted in the football era, compared with previous football games, the professional games in the football era obviously have fewer accidents. This is due to the characteristics of skill operation. With skills, you can naturally be more accurate in operation and make fewer mistakes. It is more difficult to expect the opponent to make mistakes. In previous football games, even the top players could not accurately control the direction of the football. This is the key to the greater suspense in the football games of the past. The suspense in the football era is relatively small. We have already occupied enough advantages. In this case, what we have to do is to maintain our existing advantages. Maybe our tactical advantage will not be too obvious in the second half of the game, but we will have another advantage. In the second half, I will not command too much in the specific tactical confrontation. It depends on your own performance. Do you understand? Zhu Shan arranged it like this in the extraordinary locker room, and the extraordinary players nodded and agreed. Understood, no problem, don't worry. They were very confident, because they had prepared for this game for such a long time, and prepared two big meals for the powerful Zheng. Only one of them was used in the first half. Next, there is another dish waiting for Zheng in the second half. If Zheng knew what we prepared for them, he would feel that he had no regrets in his death. Meng Fan sighed in the stands. Uncle Meng, it's only the first half, and we're only one goal ahead. It's not time to be happy now, right? Lu Li asked curiously. There is an ancient poem that says that the duck knows first when the spring river water warms up. The outcome of a game can often be seen from some traces. Before the start of this game, we already had a considerable advantage, and in the first half of the game, our advantage began to be very obvious, which is enough to prove that our possibility of success has been achieved by more than half. Under such circumstances, the outcome of the second half is almost impossible to judge in advance. Meng Fan smiled. Well, they found our tactical targeting, but ignored our familiarity with the map, right? Lu Li thought for a moment and said. Meng Fan looked at Lu Li in surprise, then nodded. Mr. Meng, your analysis makes sense, but that poem is like comparing you to a duck, Sui King muttered beside him. Lu Li spurted out at the time, and Meng Fan almost vomited blood. The second half of the game officially began. Fifan, who kicked off first, launched an attack. They began to advance in separate forces and launched the attack in the most orthodox way. Zheng seemed a little cautious this time. They also divided their forces to explore the location of the football, and at the same time kept retreating, actively giving up the midfield to avoid limiting their own space for activities. This approach is a very traditional approach on this map. This map itself is not good for the defending side. Even if they retreat and defend, they will sooner or later be broken by the opponent. It is better to be a little more active and look for opportunities to disrupt the opponent's attack this time. The key is that if you do this, whether it is attacking or defending, it will appear very fast. Either they quickly intercepted the opponent's ball, or the opponent quickly scored a goal. Doing so would save time. Cheng Feng's judgment was correct. Now is not the time to fight back and forth with Fifan. Time is not in their favor. It is better to speed up the pace, so that both sides will reveal more flaws and compete to see who is better at seizing opportunities. Cheng Feng has an advantage in this regard. Yuan Fei evaluated Cheng Feng's performance. In such a confrontation, although Cheng Feng would also reveal many flaws, at least the rhythm of the entire game was pulled up. Otherwise, like in the first half, the two sides only had a total of 5 offensive opportunities. If the game was played at such a slow pace, Fifan would be able to drag Cheng Feng to death just by delaying time. With a fast pace, both sides will have areas that they cannot take care of, but Cheng Feng's experience is still much richer than that of the opponent. The two sides fought on a field divided into passages by tents. In this situation, the auxiliary players began to seem to be of little use, because there was no chance for them to take action. The auxiliary players of both sides, including Wen Xiang, He Jin, Su Jin, Zheng Qi, were replaced. The players on the field were all capable, or had excellent one-on-one abilities. In such a confrontation, the overall excellence of a team can be better reflected. What surprised many people was that in such a confrontation, Fifan did not fall behind. In terms of operation, Fifan was a little worse than the opponent, but in terms of attribute advantages, this gap was quickly narrowed. Except for Lu Xiaoshan, no one could stop him. Whether it was Feng Tu or Jian Guangqian, when facing any of Fifan's players, they actually had no advantage, and Shen Fei was always entangled by Zheng Qi and could not break through Zheng Qi's defense. Lu Xiaoshan began to show his strength, but Fu Lei entangled him, and he fell behind, but he fought to the death. Under such entanglement, Cheng Feng had no defensor to speak of, and Fifan successfully completed a sneak attack, expanding the score advantage to 2 goals. This fact was a little difficult for Cheng Feng's fans to accept, but Cheng Feng did not hesitate at all, kicked off again, and quickly launched a counter-attack. CS escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Esperamos para su merged on un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 449 Compression. It took them 5 minutes to lose the ball just now. And it only took them 3 minutes to catch the lost ball. Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Fei launched an attack without any preparation, which brought great pressure to Fifan's defense. What kind of pressure can the two players with the strongest impact in the league bring? The answer was revealed at this moment. Fifan's 7-man defensive formation was almost instantly broken by them. Although Zheng Qi and Niulua tried their best to inflict the greatest damage on the two, and the counter-attack of others quickly took away Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Fei, Fifan's entire defense line had become fragmented. At the cost of the departure of the two strongest players, the other players of Cheng Feng would naturally not miss such an opportunity. They rushed into Fifan's defense line and killed 5 Fifan players in a row. Then, before Zheng Qi and others returned to defense, they captured Fifan's gate, 2-3, Cheng Feng scored 1 point. This extremely violent and aesthetic offensive method has once again boosted the morale of Cheng Feng fans. They began to shout frantically, even if the players in the field could not hear their shouts, they had to show their attitude thoroughly. Hold their attack. Turn the disadvantage back. Fifan also launched the attack silently. Now it is a contest of momentum, and we must not retreat. Hold on. At this time, if we lose the contest of courage, then we will not have any chance in this game. Luo Qishuan said in the team channel, and his words were unanimously agreed by the Cheng Feng players. Yes, at this time, there can be no shrinking or timidity. This is a fight of courage. Fifan has shown their courage and persistence, and Cheng Feng certainly cannot be worse than the other side in this regard. They are the most confident and most willing to confront the team in the league, or in the world, which means they have the most courage. Although no professional team lacks courage, there are not many teams like Cheng Feng that would rather break than bend and make courage and bravery a club style. There are even fewer teams that seem to be straightforward and brainless and can still achieve good results. Cheng Feng is such a team, so they are even less likely to abandon their team characteristics. This is very important. For a team, if you are just an ordinary team, then of course you can use whatever style you want, as long as you can win and survive. However, if you want to become a top team and achieve good results, you must have your own style and very effective tactics. Zheng Qi has both of these points, so when they go up, they are very confident. Fifin is indeed very good, but can they always perform so well in such a confrontation? Without a set of effective tactics as the core, it is impossible to always score goals. However, 5 minutes later, Fifin scored again in a cold-blooded manner. Without an effective set of tactics, the offensive efficiency will appear to be low in a long season, but it will not have much impact on a single game or even a single attack. When the two sides were fighting, Fifin was at a disadvantage, but not completely. If Zheng Qi wanted to play more actively, it would not be possible to arrange defense in all channels. When other positions were at a disadvantage, Fifin successfully organized a surprise attack and broke through Zheng Qi's gate again. Keep attacking and close the score again, Luo Qixuan said without emotion. The current situation is much better than the worst situation he prepared. Although Fifin is still leading by 2 goals, only 10 minutes have passed in the second half of the game. According to this rhythm, there will definitely be many goals in the second half of the game. Under such a tug-of-war, Fifin is much more likely to make mistakes than Zheng Qi. In this world, there is no winning tactic, only the tactic with the highest probability of winning. Zheng Qi is a champion team, and the mentality of a champion team is of course better than that of other teams. Because they did not become a champion team smoothly. In the past few years, they have always faced a variety of powerful opponents, which has created their mentality of not being surprised by praise or criticism. And Fifin's tactics began to change at this time. They did not quickly give up the space in the middle, but started blocking in the midfield. They did not press forward all the time, but divided into several layers. When they encountered Zheng Qi's players, they launched an attack and started fighting. Because of this terrain, when Zheng Qi attacked, they could not concentrate on attacking together. The narrow passage could only accommodate 2 or 3 people at most. If they concentrated on attacking together, the players behind would be blocked by the teammates in front, which was not good. So the players of Zheng Qi were also scattered, and then they launched attacks in various links. Such sniping could not last too long, because there were too many passages to advance. Although Zheng Qi, Li Rui and Wang Yuanfen all joined the blocking, it was still difficult to stop them for too long. At most half a minute, we can form a breakthrough, Luo Qixuan thought to himself while observing the situation on the field. Just as he was thinking this, the extraordinary players suddenly began to retreat. They retreated very quickly, almost instantly, and they retreated completely without fighting with the opponent. Although the players of Zheng Qi were also chasing, they were the ones who controlled the ball after all, and they still understood the principle of not chasing the enemy who was in dire straits. We retreated just in time. If we had retreated a little later, we could have killed at least half of them, Luo Qixuan thought to himself, and then gave the order to attack. The entanglement just now only saved Fifin less than 2 minutes, and Zheng Qi could afford this time. However, when approaching the defense line in front of Fifin, the Zheng Qi players immediately found that Fifin had returned to defend. Even Zheng Qi, Li Rui and Wang Yuanfen, who had been harassing outside, returned to defend in front of the goal. Do you know that harassment is useless and reduces the defensive strength in front of the goal? It seems that they have begun to realize that the tug-of-war attack is not good for them, and they want to delay time better. When Xiang thought to himself that Fifin was able to delay enough time to defend in the first half, Zheng Qi and others' sneak attacks and interference in the back played a big role. Now in order to strengthen the defensive strength, they gave up this approach. Even if they could defend for a longer time than before, they couldn't hold on for too long. When they did this, they were giving up the tactical initiative. Facing such an opponent, of course they needed to break through their gates and shape their fighting spirit. When Xiang and Luo Qixuan made the same judgment almost at the same time. Speed up the attack and put pressure on them in a layered way. He Jin's reaction was a step slower, but after hearing what Wen Xiang and Luo Qixuan said, he understood why. Layered attack, step-by-step suppression, although the speed of the attack will be slower, it is quite safe, and can tear open the opponent's defense line little by little, and then score a goal. In the case of all the opponents returning to defense, with Zheng Qi's offensive ability, even if he can't completely tear open the opponent's defense line in just 2 minutes like before, but now the time to score a goal in this way will not exceed 5 minutes. Using a few more minutes is also a loss that Zheng Qi can bear. Only 15 minutes have passed before, and the game will not end in half an hour. Under the command of Luo Qixuan, Wen Xiang and Jin, Zheng Qi's attack can be said to be elusive, attacking in turns of several exits, sometimes strong attacks, sometimes feints, showing a suddenness to the extreme. The pressure brought by such an attack is not something that every team can bear. Fei and Lu Xiaoshan did not force a breakthrough together. However, when one of them appeared and the other did not, it brought greater pressure to Fifan's defensor. Under such an impact, Fifan's defensor began to gradually retreat. This retreat was not their active retreat to maintain the thickness of the defense line, but they were forced to choose to retreat under the pressure of the opponent's powerful force. You know, even if it is a dense defensor, you have to maintain enough space. Only then can the defending party have enough space to dodge the opponent's skill attack and throw out their own skills. If they are squeezed into a small area, then the opponent's large-scale skill throws down, the effect is too great, and it is completely impossible to resist. Zheng Qi made such a mistake before. In order to break through the opponent's defense and grab the opponent's football, all of their players launched an attack and concentrated in a relatively small area. As a result, once the three Fifans had prepared the 8 diagrams long ago, no one could escape. If Zheng Qi was lured into making a mistake at the time, then Fifan was forced to compress his own space under the pressure of the opponent. When their space was compressed, large-scale skills immediately exploded in their formation. However, Fifan did not panic. They lost a lot of physical value, but Su Jing and others who were at the back immediately used recovery skills to save their physical value. It is impossible to rely on large-scale skills to kill so many people. The players will not be stupid enough to be burned to death by your skills. Even if the space is small, they can try to avoid fatal damage to themselves. With the support of Su Jing and others' skills, they will not die. The lethality brought by large-scale skills themselves will not be too fierce. Even if the most powerful fire-burning yelling is combined with skills such as ash flying and smoke extinction, it is impossible for players to be killed instantly. At most, they will continue to lose physical value, and this loss can be improved by skills. The negative state and lack of physical value brought by this skill are the most fatal. Attack. Luo Qixuan said simply, and Zheng Qi's players launched the final attack. This time, they were going to completely break through the opponent's defense and score a goal. This time, Zheng Qi was determined to win. However, at this moment, the thunderous sound of horse hooves appeared on the side of the two sides. Chapter 450. Zheng Qi's final glory. When the sound of horse hooves sounded, Luo Qixuan, who was originally calm, had a change of expression in an instant. The unexpected event in the Battle of Pengqing Map was the random appearance of Xiangu's cavalry, which attacked the lineups of both sides indiscriminately. No one would give up on this point, and it was actually simple to avoid this kind of accident. The impact of the cavalry was not something that players could resist, but after they appeared, they would only sprint in a fixed direction. As long as they were avoided, there would be no problem. However, the premise was that they had to be able to avoid it. Now the players of both sides had just been strangled together. Could Zheng Qi's players avoid it? There were 8 extraordinary players who rushed into the extraordinary defensive formation, including Lu Xiaoshan and SYNOPSIS, the 2 absolute cores. Attacking the extraordinary defensive formation of only 6 people, which was already at low health, would definitely achieve a comprehensive victory in a short period of time. And this opportunity was also what they needed to grasp. Zheng Qi died in the previous confrontation and had not returned to the field. Su Jing and the other 3 were using auxiliary skills to support him in their back. The 6 extraordinary players in the field were all injured. With one attack, they could achieve a comprehensive victory. How could they not sprint? But at this moment, the cavalry began their charge. This is definitely a conspiracy. All the situations just now flashed through Luo Qixuan's mind like lightning. Although the cavalry charge is random, there are certain patterns to be found. Fifan expected the cavalry to launch an attack at this time. So they blocked in the midfield for a while, and then retreated. They were compressed into a small area by Zheng Qi's attack, giving Zheng Qi such a good opportunity. Is all this part of Fifan's plan? Lucky, I ran into it on my first adventure, Meng Fan laughed in the stands. Thunderous horse hooves, charging cavalry, under such an impact like the power of heaven and earth, no matter what kind of player it is difficult to resist such an impact. If it is a real battlefield, after being hit by such a cavalry, it must be a mess and extremely bloody, but in the game, it is not so bloody. Just see the white light flashing continuously in the field, and each light means the departure of a player. Fifan certainly wouldn't get any special treatment, but in the area being attacked, they only hit 6 players, while Zheng Qi had 8, so they had a great advantage. After the Iron Cavalry's attack, Zheng Qi just returned to the field. He began his own attack. The only Zheng Qi players who hadn't died were Wen Xiang and He, 2 auxiliary players. Under such circumstances, Wen Xiang only had time to refresh the ball, and in Zheng Qi's crazy attack, Guan left the field. Cheng Feng's attack, which was determined to win, failed again. Fifen was still leading by 2 goals, and then they were the first to find the refreshed ball. There were less than 5 players on both sides of the field, and the place where the ball was refreshed was the kick-off point in the center circle. Zheng Qi controlled the ball. The Cheng Feng players in the stands were speechless. They knew very well that if Cheng Feng was only at a certain disadvantage before this game, then the disadvantage now was already very big. Come on. Expand the score to 3 goals. Fifen's fans shouted frantically. Now that the game has been over for 20 minutes, as the cavalry attacks will become more and more frequent, the game will change from being favorable to the attacking side to being favorable to the defending side. Because the defending side can drag the attacking side to death and be killed by the cavalry attacks at the same time, this is the advantage of the defending side. Fifen even took into account the characteristics of the map, such as the Battle of Penqing. No matter how strong Luo Qixuan is, he can't help but be a little shaken at this moment. Fifen's strength is not as good as Cheng Feng's, but the game has never been based on strength alone. Even if Fifen is a little worse than Cheng Feng, it is not much worse, and in terms of preparation for the game, it is much better than Cheng Feng. Because they are in the dark, Cheng Feng is in the light. Of course, Luo Qixuan will not be naive enough to think that this is an unfair contest. Strong teams will naturally be at such a disadvantage. Everything about you will be known by the opponent, and you may not know everything about every opponent. This game is really difficult. Fifen launched an attack. They did not waste any time. After Zheng Qi found the ball in the midfield, he immediately started to go straight in. Of course, he couldn't finish the attack before Lu Xiaoxun and the others returned to the court. After rushing into Cheng Feng's half, he immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. The audience in the stands couldn't help but be speechless when they saw this guy running around with the ball like a loach, and then squatting down in a place that was well connected but extremely hidden. Vile, too wretched. Countless commentators were sighing. They had seen wretched people, but they had never seen such a wretched one. Zheng Qi could escape from anywhere he wanted to where he was squatting. At the same time, there were tents everywhere blocking the line of sight. It was almost impossible to find his presence before him, and it was also impossible to block him. Just looking at this position selection, you can know how wretched this player is in his bones. What happened next was very natural. The Fifen player and the Cheng Feng player who returned to the court almost reached the mic line at the same time and started a fierce fight again. In the following time, after another cavalry charge, Zheng Qi took advantage of the chaos to cross the Cheng Feng defense line and took the lead for Fifen with the 3rd goal. Cheng Feng was 3 goals behind, and there were less than 20 minutes left before the end of the game. It was an extremely bad situation. At this point in the game, it cannot be said that Cheng Feng would definitely lose the game, but generally speaking, it was basically difficult to have a chance of a comeback, even though they were so strong. Because Fifen was also very strong, and in the current situation, they could not be defeated. Some Cheng Feng fans in the stands began to cry. The players of Cheng Feng were also a little confused. It was not that they had not encountered bad situations before, but they had never thought that they would fall behind so much in this game. Because they had never thought about it, they were inevitably affected. Attack, let's continue to attack, don't forget, the end of the game has not yet arrived. Lu Xiaoxun waved his arms and said. The role of the core players was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Although he only said a short sentence and did not say any useful tactics, his words once again aroused the fighting spirit of the Cheng Feng players. Yes, the game is not over yet, so they have not lost yet. They still have a chance to get the 5-time champion. How can they be discouraged at this time? Don't be discouraged until the last moment. The morale of the Cheng Feng players was miraculously aroused. This is the deepest foundation of a championship team. Now is the real test. Meng Fan said in the stands. We have a big advantage now. Wei Jiangshan said optimistically. It should be fine. Zhu Wuqiu shook his head with a solemn look on his face. Cheng Feng, a team like this can do a lot after the final fighting spirit is aroused. I'm not as optimistic as you, nor as pessimistic as you. Meng Fan first turned his head and said to Wei Jiangshan, then turned to Zhu Wuqiu and said, we have a big advantage. This is a real advantage of 3 goals and a little time left. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't say it's a test, but a difficulty. As long as our people don't show other emotions, we will still win this game without any danger. Miracles don't happen every day, but they do happen occasionally. Zhu Wuqiu said. In the past, it was possible. In the current football era, it is very difficult. The rules of the game itself limit the possibility of scoring a goal in just a dozen seconds. We are not unprepared for this situation. As long as the team is not in chaos, there will be no problem. When Mengfan said this, Zhu Shan was also saying the same thing in the team channel. Now we have to pay attention. We have a big advantage, but we must not relax before the end of the game. The fighting spirit shown by a team like Chengfeng in such a situation is very scary. Do you understand? Even if they catch up with 1 or 2 goals, we should not panic at all. We should attack in the normal way. If they score 2 goals and we score 1 goal, we can continue to maintain the advantage. The words of the coaches of both sides in the team channel, whether speaking or typing, can be clearly transmitted to the ears and eyes of every audience, so the commentators immediately heard the conversation between the two sides. Fifan has really prepared a lot for this game. Such meticulous and comprehensive preparations deserve a victory. Of course, they also have excellent abilities, which is the key to their achievement. Let's enjoy the next game. How Chengfeng can perform in such an unfavorable situation, how calm Fifan can be in such a big advantage. Chengfeng launched a fierce attack. At this time, they have put aside the victory or defeat, and the desire for the 5-time champion. If they can't win the 5-time champion, their season is already brilliant enough, and in this case, they can play better. Fuck, these guys are attacking more fiercely than before. While resisting Chengfeng's fierce attack, Li Gerue shouted in the team channel. They are the strongest team in recent years, don't be lucky. Concentrate and play the last game well. Zheng Qi said. Zhu Shan didn't say anything. At this time, he had already focused all his attention on the game itself, which was very important. Chengfeng unleashed their strongest attack, attacking in turns, with one man daring to do the work of 2 people. In the games before this match, they had never been able to fully demonstrate their strength, but now, they have finally adapted to the extraordinary targeted tactics and suppression on the map. Fin est capture much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olviden de dar like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Se escribita news to Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, se suscripción dona que nos anima a continuar. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.